Welcome to the G52 podcast, your Horus Heresy safe space, a place for bullshit and bad hobby advice. So if you want to join in, like our Facebook page, Geno52 Podcast, join our Facebook group, Geno52 Podcast, follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Geno52 Podcast, or drop us an email, Geno52podcast@gmail.com. Always remember, the Geno52 Podcast does contain adult humour. Hello and welcome to episode 3 of the Geno52 podcast. We're back like that rash that the Demonette said not to worry about. So with me tonight, I've got my colleague Nick.
Hello.
And my colleague Stu.
Hello.
Right, guys, how you doing?
Really good.
Good. You alive, Nick? You haven't developed any more ailments?
Oh, no, I had Operation Defiance for dinner. So I had all of the gluten-free options for all the shit I'm allowed to eat. So it's like chips and pizza and beer and pies.
And it was all essentially made of cardboard.
All made of cardboard and dust, yeah.
It's not defiance, though, is it? Defiance would be eating gluten and saying, I can beat this.
I can take it.
That's giving in.
That's true.
We don't want you to die, though, especially not when we're recording.
I should just fight through the diarrhea and the migraines and the bloating and the potential stomach cancer. Be a man.
If you're a real man, you do it.
Man up.
So what have you guys been up to since we last recorded then? Stu, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, God. Finished all of my Hordes of War Machine commissions, thank God. Not that I don't mind doing them, but it's been really nice to do some
that stuff you pay me to do? Fuck you, I don't like it.
No, I just had done a lot of it recently. It was really, because I've been so focused on heresy, it's been really hard to sort of listen to heresy podcasts and audio books and painting stuff that's not related. So I've started a Raven Guard commission, which is coming along nicely, and I've been working on finishing off my sort of 3,500 points of fist. So I've got I've got Primus Medicae, a champion, a couple of apothecaries to do, and I've got a quad mortar coming, and that's me done then. So it'd be nice to have all that done, and I can start my Solar Auxilia. So heresy painting, good for a change.
You say you'll be done at 3.5 points, but you won't. We all know that. There's the crack at it.
Done for now. Done for 2016 anyway, and I'll carry on with the Solar Ox and get that
until you decide your fists need a Mastodon.
Oh, maybe. Well, I think what dragged me back to them is when and if they ever release a Dawn model. I think that will kind of make me start wanting to add stuff to it again. But I've got most of the choices I'd need for the kind of army lists I want to run with it at the moment. So I'll play with the Solar Orcs for a bit, and then
I just want to jump in there. I reckon now that I've said it, it's never going to happen. I'm calling it now. Dawn model a lot sooner than people think. I reckon the Praetorian of Dawn has been the Black Library novel has been a lot more popular and like reinvigorated the fists. I reckon we might maybe early next year it'll drop.
Yeah, I mean, I've always kind of maintained that we'd see Dawn at the Siege of Terror book, but it might make sense to bring him out in a Solar War book, because I think they've said they want to do a Solar Wars book, don't they?
So maybe that would be the. Do we? Yeah. Is there any rumours about what the book is after the next one?
I have this vague memory, and it might be complete and utter bullshit, but I think it's going to be a Solar War book next. So it'll be the war in the solar system.
You can use it as a bit of a book to tidy up stuff, couldn't you? A few releases that maybe don't fit into everything else. So I
think we'll get Sanguinius at Terra. Would make sense. Sanguinius at Terra, Dawn in the Solar War.
Yeah. Oh, we've got loads to go before that. I will actually be upset if they rush that. I reckon there's.
Or would you reckon to a Cygnus Prime book then, Blood Angels and Demons? Because we had the big discussion. I know JP and Mark talked about Demons and 30k after on the Age of Darkness podcast. Do you reckon there might be a Cygnus Prime book that would bring Demons in with the Blood Angels and Sanguinius?
I think they need to do it. I think it would work, but it also depends how much they think they need to bring out the full rules for the legions that don't have them yet in order to keep everyone happy. So it depends whether they're thinking, right, we'll bring a book that brings out all of the extended rules, or we'll do it bit by bit and keep people waiting for potentially 2 years for rules.
You could potentially have Blood Angels and White Scars rules, maybe some more Imperial Fist rules for Terra, but where are you going to put the Dark Angels? Or what campaign are they
So
going to
they've
fit
got
the Dark Angels
well,
into?
so
Because
you
they
could have
essentially
they could
go
have them at the same
Caliban.
time. Yeah, but you could have you say that, but then you've got Corswain's side of the story going on where they're fighting the plague. Oh my god, I'm so drunk already. The plaguey dudes.
Plague dudes.
Oh my god, the plaguey dudes.
Callus Tyson and the
The
Death.
the Nurgle dudes. Yeah. So you've got all of that going on, and pre the kind of rejoining, the remerging of the Dark Angels, or what's left of the other side of the Dark Angels. You've got the Scars, the White Scars, playing catch up. You've got their story before they get back as well. Then you've got the Blood Angels before they get back. You've got loads going on.
Well, the Scars. Well, spoiler warning: the Scars are back at Terra now, though, aren't they? At the end of Path of Heaven, they're in the.
But there's like three novels and 2 or more short stories worth of like covering that whole thing. There has to be the Horus Heresy books, the campaign books. You can't just decide that the stories progress.
What campaign system would you put? I'm assuming they're probably going to flesh out the Dark Angels trip back to Caliban, because if memory serves right, doesn't Caliban they arrive at Caliban at the same sort of time as Terra happens?
I'm not 100% on the timeline, but I know that the assumed reason that they're not there is because he's fucking around at Caliban. I don't think the destruction happens until a little bit later. So I think
because
they're fighting their way back. Maybe.
How much spoilers do we want to give?
Which book are you talking about? Spoiling?
I'm talking Angels of Caliban.
Well, I've not read it.
Yeah. Okay. That's maybe a bit new. I'd say no. I'd say tread carefully.
All right. Because there's quite an important bit at the end of that, isn't there, with Caliban?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So okay, yeah. So
which makes me think there'll be a delay in the Lion gets
that whole storyline is and the fact that he's now. Oh, fuck it, I'm going to spoil it. I don't care. If you care about being offended and you've lost faith in our Safe Space podcast already,
shut your ears.
Turn off now for Angels of Caliban.
I can't really mute my own podcast, especially when I edit it, so don't make it too big.
Dude, it's not a major spoiler, but the way that... Okay, so some people may or may not know the way that the Dark Angels were able to travel through the warp. They weren't using the beacon at Pharos. They had their own thing. They had their own little thing going on, and they no longer have that thing going on. Potentially, basically.
Yeah, but I meant that Typhon...
We're gonna have So we've got. I don't want to spoil that too much. All I wanted to say really was that
there's a little cock tease.
That's probably why they're not going to get back to Terra. Because
leave it at that. That was more of a tease and a big spoil. But don't. Let's save that for another podcast.
Their story, if it's going to be explored in a campaign setting, is going to have to be around their journey back to Caliban and potentially fighting. Whoever is on the way, we assume he's going to meet up with Corswain and what's left of the other half, or whatever percentage it was of the Dark Angels that were fighting the plaguey ones.
We'll leave it there. Well, we've teased you like an 18-year-old girl in a nightclub, and go from there.
It's a fucking great book, though. Even if you don't like Dark Angels.
No, Angels of Caliban was fucking wicked. I listened to it in an audiobook, and I may have stayed late at work one night to get a few more chapters in. So, and we all know I don't like working.
Yeah, we.
So, what have you been up to lately then, Nick? What have you done since we last recorded then?
Oh, it feels like I've been working my ass off. No. So I've been doing a lot of research actually. I've been putting in the effort for this podcast. I re-listened to Praetorian of Dawn, not just because, well, parts of it, I skipped through bits, but I re-listened to the audiobook again as research for a later segment, which people get excited about. And yeah, just again was reminded about how awesome the book is. And there's some really, really cool bits in there. It's not a spoiler at all, but I just remember the top kind of badass Primarch moment. There's one bit where Alpharius lands in a room, is immediately on the move. There's all explosions going off. It's like the whole book is like a proper action film. It's really well done. You're constantly feel like you're watching a movie, and Alpharius he just knows what he's doing. There's no shit. He's not stopping, looking around for targets, whatever. He knows exactly where he's going. He knows exactly where he needs to be in 10 seconds to then dodge something to then achieve his goal or whatever. And he's running along, pops up, draws a missile launcher from his back to his hip, flicks on a suspensor web, and then he's firing it while running and changing ammo types. And like a big like servitor, like bulky like gene enhanced brute comes around the corner, and he switches to like a bioacid round, and like doesn't like, because he realizes he can't like fully take down this guy in one like crack missile or whatever. So he like hits him in the chest with it and just like melts this guy. So like this big brute down. It's such a cool book. It's really, really cool. What else have I been up to? I've made an effort to go through and really reconsider quite a lot of units that I'd overlooked previously, and they're not very exciting, or not very fluffy, not particularly good. So I've gone back through, reread quite a few units, and the main one that came to mind and has stuck with me is the heavy weapons team, the standard Legione Astartes heavy support team, heavy weapons team. They're not, I don't know, I couldn't quite fit them into many of my lists. They don't go with the scars particularly. They don't necessarily, again, they don't really jump out at me. And then I saw that you could get 10 strength 7 shots at 48 inches for 160 points with autocannons. And I was like,
But wouldn't it be better to take heavy bolters and get 3 shots, slightly less range, strength 5?
It's strength 7, dude.
Yeah,
that pushes you into like armor munching values. That's like, that strength 7 is the reason Tau were like just changed when they first joined the game. Their ability to spam strength 7 just like changed the world. And I appreciate 2 shots from an autocannon at 48 inches isn't massive, but if you've got 5 guys, that's 10 shots for 160 points. It's a really small, cheap investment for quite a lot of high level.
But they're going to get annihilated quickly.
They are, but then they're being targeted. It's 160 points. If someone puts the effort in to take that out, it's 160 points. It's basically a tax squad. Most people will put, if they're running the 10-man tax squad, don't really see people running 10-mans, but assume they are, and they're for whatever reason taking a 10-man tax squad. But if they take 10-man, maybe they put artificer armor on there, or they put a Vexilla or whatever, it's probably about that points range. You know what I mean? So it makes it more of a priority because it's putting out that number of shots.
Yeah.
But if they are dedicating effort to kill that, and they have to be within 48 inches, they have to be in range to attack it. So if you're sitting on the back of the board out of range, they're having to use their maneuverability to get to you, whether that's their scouting units or their deep striking units or their long range weaponry. And if it's shooting at your 160 point unit, it's not hitting other stuff, and they can be in cover. I don't know. It's something that I'd not really considered before. I'd always looked at the team and thought, las cannons or missile launchers. I'd never just gone auto cannons. But what else have I been up to? I've got so I had problems. I had the problems before. I mentioned before about my scars. Oh my god, I'm so drunk. About my scars army that I'm trying to build up. And I suddenly realized that I didn't have Mark II shoulder pads. Did we talk about this before? I posted on the Facebook group anyway that I was in dire need of help, because I realized that while I bought Mark II White Scars upgrade torso, head, and the Mark II shoulder pads for the White Scars to go on my jet bikes, I actually realized that obviously the jet bikes are in Mark IV. So I didn't have the other unmarked Mark II shoulder pad for all of my jet bikes and all of my land speeders. So I was looking on bit sites, and people wanted like almost €2 for one shoulder pad. So was I really going to spend €50 on shoulder pads? Anyway, I begged, borrowed, and stealed across the interwebs. The community really came through for me. And I've got a couple of shout outs. I'm just going to go through the list here, a couple of guys quickly, just to say thank you. They really hooked me up. So Gareth, I won't tell your second name in case they come and attack you for liking the show and helping me out.
No surnames on the internet.
Yeah, Gareth in Monmouthshire. From Heresy 30K.
You're going to give his address out.
Greg. Greg Greg Cracknell, who's available on 07 Ed Ralph and Tobias Barr. They are all awesome. They hit me up with some cheap Mark II shoulder pads and also did a bit of trading. And I hopefully when a couple more packs come through in the post, when you sat there like a kid and you hear the postman go and you're waiting for your bit sites like order to come through. I'm sitting there with my hand at the letterbox just waiting for the Mark II shoulder pads to drop through the letterbox. But yeah, all sorted with those. And just been cracking on with my white scars really. Finally, I feel like I can build the models. You guys have been helping me do my order for the airbrushing, getting all the bits I need, getting the paints. So I'm just about there. I'm just about ready to fully explode in a white scars like hobby mess and see what I can build.
Some serious hobby spunk everywhere.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I've been posting up what I've been up to recently, as people have probably seen. Stu taught me to paint faces the other day, so I've got a Gilliman's head on a spike, ready to go on his body. I'm puttering through his body as well. I've got a semi-assembled Storm Eagle. I built the sides and I'm waiting for some more glue to come in so I can actually finish that fucker and get him done and ready. What else have I been doing? Building scenery like a bastard, trying to build that up and get scenery ready for this event, and spending quite a bit of time writing the event. Actually, I've wrote 3 missions for it. Well, I didn't say wrote, adapted 3 missions for it. What else have I been doing? I've just been generally bumming
Instead of
around.
stealing them from someone else, you mean?
I steal everything. Nothing's original on the internet. Yeah, shout out to Greg, who did call me out for stealing his event pack, but Greg at the Imperial Truth. But as I said to him, I've never written an event pack. I wanted a good event pack. His Takara Drowned in Flames generally was received as a very well done event, so I thought, well, I'll shamelessly steal that from Greg and just use his ideas.
Best form of flattery.
Yeah, raping his ideas. That's definitely the best way to flatter the man. So yeah, that's what I've been up to really. Just kind of lots of weird bits and pieces. I haven't settled on a project. I've airbrushed a Stormcast Eternal and painted some Khorne models, and I've got a Venator to strip and paint for a guy at our club, Duncan. I've just got a weird collection of shit to do. I felt like I was saying to Stu earlier, saying because I'm not playing in this event next that I'm running, I kind of don't have a goal to work to. So I'm a bit sort of hit and miss with what I'm doing at the moment, really, because I'm kind of floating around and not doing anything. But I bought my ticket for the Escalation Painting Horus Heresy event in April in Southampton, which gives me April to get 3K done by. So it's kind of refocused my mind there and gone, right, you need to get on with this shit now. So hopefully that'll focus my hobby a bit and I'll get on and paint some shit.
Nice.
You got plenty of time to get that stuff done.
Yeah, but I'm a procrastinator, so it'll be March and I'll be painting my entire list.
No, you won't. You got about 2K done now, haven't you? Fully painted 2K.
Yeah, about that. The Scorpius needs stripping and painting again better.
But he's painted at the moment. It's just a different scheme, isn't it? Since you went your MKA course, so that's the only difference. It's painted. You can leave that to the end and. And you got a lot of points wrapped up in very few models, haven't you? Really. So you've got your Primarch and you've got your Storm Eagle.
Yeah, Primarch and Storm Eagle's finished, and you're talking 6 or 7.
Shh! Don't give away secrets. Don't let people know your secrets.
Everybody's listened to my list on the internet.
Yeah,
the bonus 500 points is a surprise, especially where I've re-edited that red book to make a Warlord Titan 500 points and a heavy sport choice.
Nice.
I've been on Photoshop.
Perfectly balanced.
What's been new from the Forge then? What's been new? I think there was some exciting stuff released today. We're recording on the Friday night for once, actually. What's been new?
So if we go, I'm looking at I'm doing the usual great last minute research of looking at the new release / pre-order tab, which I think everyone seems to do. And I'd forgotten. It was only last week. The Stu has said he's already bought like 5 or something for all of his Thunderhawks, and Storm Eagles. The Realm of Battle Mars pattern Imperialis landing pad.
Yeah, Stu's got a full 6 of them coming, so he can do a full 6x4 of them.
Yeah. So there's a big discussion on I can't remember which forum it was, and some guy basically posted. He was like, "Why have they done this? Which one of you, like, tell me now, which one of you ordered this? Who emailed Forge World and said, don't do Dawn, don't give us Alfarius, don't give us Iron Havocs, yeah, like all this. Someone said no, push them back, push the book back, get your sculptors on and build the Battle Mars pattern Imperialis landing pad. So now we have it for Thunderhawk fans and Storm Eagle. Storm Eagle's I said the right one.
Different team. There's
What's the
no
big
way
one?
that the sculptors that work on the
Stormbird. Yeah, Stormbird.
There's no way the sculptors that work on the Primarchs and stuff work on that
Yes,
stuff.
they do. They've got like one guy,
it's your
and
terrain team.
A pile of putty and a one sculpting tool.
I don't know who does it now.
They just whip him. They just whip him and say, "Make us money," and he's like, "Oh."
Wasn't it Dave Andrews that used to do all of their terrain and boards and stuff for GW for years, and then it was his stuff that they started casting and making into some of the terrain stuff. I remember reading an article on it. So it wouldn't slow, apart from making molds and the production of the actual things, it wouldn't slow down or be in the same work load as the actual miniatures themselves. It's completely different. But why do you want to spend 80 quid on one is a completely different story.
Yeah, I don't know.
It looked lovely, but I'd always have something else that I'd rather spend 80 quid. I think if I got to the stage where I thought, I've got 80 quid, I want to spend on toy soldiers and I just own everything, then maybe. But it's never going to be like that.
Well, I don't know, because I am a complete terrain whore.
If you've got a realm,
my favorite terrain,
it would be a good addition.
Yeah, maybe. Someone complained on the Forge World Facebook page saying, I've just realised that only one of the missions that I can use this in game, because otherwise it's outside of the deployment zone or something. Someone was complaining about it. I think Forge World just said, I can't remember what they said, but they replied in a kind of a witty, friendly, avoid the question kind of way. But it was really.
Yeah.
Why would I've just bought this. I want to know whether I've wasted 80 quid on something I can't use in game. It's like fucking
I mean, straight away looking at it, that is. I was gonna say Black Hawk Down, but it's not remotely Black Hawk Down. It's get a VIP to the landing pad to get them off the board or something like that, or you can just skip that and blow up the flyer and stop it from getting there. But that just screams loads of ideas for
it's narrative play.
Missions.
I don't like it as a
It's so cool.
I wanted to know why he couldn't get in his games or something. Who knows? But
then he can get fucked and go back and play 40k. The other thing I really liked about it was it kind of suits. I don't know, it's just a paint scheme, but it suits that type of terrain that I really like. That's relatively neutral. It looks it doesn't look too gothic-y, but it looks gothic-y enough that you look at it. If you looked through multiple types of terrain, and you could you look at it and it's 40k, but you could use it for any sci-fi setting.
Yeah, I know.
It isn't oh my god 40k gothic with the big Imperialists and loads of weird arches and all that shit, but it still suits the universe. It looks really cool. And I'm a complete train whore. That to me is so cool. I love all of the 40k Bastion line and the trench line and the big cannon and all the bits you can buy for that. And I just look at that and
the American.
Without a flyer, I just love it. I think it's cool.
So what do you reckon for the Nightheads then? These new Cerastus Nightheads.
I must admit, I haven't looked at them today. I saw the email, had the email, saw the release, but we saw them at the open day, and they're amazing. But I don't know, I'm just not that excited by them because I have Knights.
12 quid to add to your Knight for a head.
I don't think that's
no, I like the skull, but I just think I suppose if you're spending 170 quid on a Knight, another 12 quid, just
they're very niche though. You got to see them for what they are. Mechanicum have so many weapon options that have not been catered for, and something that the Mechanicum community will complain about. My God, I've suddenly gone really, really coherent. I don't know what's happened. The thing that the Mechanicum community will complain about is the weapon options that just aren't available, and most of them are the good ones. You buy a model in a pack, and they don't come with multiple weapon options. They come with one gun per model, and there's no way you would ever fit out a mixed unit like that. So it's really hard. You have to buy 10 units worth of models to get the right guns you want. So that's really irritating. And exactly the same way, if you want to make a Mechanicum Knight, you'd want to get a Mechanicum head for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like it's just a thing that says like this is Mechanicum. It's a bit like the upgrade sets, but for Mechanicum. Like
Yeah, I'm just looking
instead
at
of getting shoulder pads or torsos, yeah, it's like Mechanicum Knight, you know, and a Mechanicum indentured Knight. It's not a Questoris Knight. It's not a free blade. This Knight is a Mechanicum Knight. It goes with my Mechanicum list. I think they're really fucking cool. I love the little
I do like the Cyclops one with the aperture lens on the front of it.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's like aperture science. We do what we must because we can.
You might see some more conversions because of it as well. I think with a lot of Forge World kits, sometimes people spend that much money on it and they think, I'm not going to play around with this. I'm just going to build it as is. Whereas with the plastic kits, you see an awful lot of people trying to make them different. Now there's alternatives. You might see people thinking, I'm not going to spend that 12 quid. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the bits box out and play around with the one I've already bought. It just sort of frees people's imaginations a little bit. So
you've seen my Knight, my Cerastus chassis.
I've seen pictures of it. Yeah.
Castigator, but it's not Castigator, Acheron, which I've then put the plastic Gatling cannon on, kept the chain fist, which is now just a Reaper chain sword, put the stubber on there, and it's got a rocket pod as well. So if I use it as a ward, and it fits. But the like people obviously don't want to normally want to convert big expensive Cerastus Knight models. So, like you say, they're a bit put off normally from messing around too much. Nearly all the conversions I've seen have been the plastic kits.
Yeah.
But with something like this, you know, if you're a Mechanicum player again and you wanted to just make that edge even to your plastic models, it would not be hard to convert the head on the plastic model to that.
That's a really good point.
So it's quite cool. It's like an upgrade bit. I see why they did it for the Cerastus Knights chassis, because obviously the Atropos is meant to be, by the law, it's more of a Mechanicum invention, and it's quite like an arcane weapon set. And
I think in the standard GW Knight kit there are faceplates which are more Mechanicum style. So I don't think there's a need for a Mechanicum head for the plastic Knights. Whereas I think the Cerastus Knights with the Forge World, they come with a fairly standard head, don't they? Whereas so giving it the Mechanicum option now, that's very true. More Mechanicum style heads allows you to have that kind of range of freedom as well.
But also from a money point of view, there might be people that can never drop 175 quid on a Forge World Knight, but they've got a plastic one, but they can afford 12 quid to buy a Forge World bit to convert onto them. Absolutely. Some people, that'll be all they can do. We know people at the club that, you know, that for whatever reasons do stuff a lot cheaper and they convert a lot more. And I know some guys that would be really proud that they got a Forge World head on their plastic Knight for making a difference. I think that's I think they'll sell more of them than they do Knights. I think it'd be cool.
Yeah. So what else we got?
And also, one last thing I was going to say is it's really great to build. It's really great to build conversions around as well.
Yeah.
Like as a core head. Once you start seeing more of them, or again, it's got that aesthetic that you look at it and you go, that's 40k or that's 30k Mechanicum. If you have that and you stick some fucking legs on it and green stuff some cables and put some armor over it, that would, like, you could just build whatever you want, and it's a really cool central piece for 12 quid to like build a Mechanicum model around. I think it would look really cool.
Yeah.
So what else we got? We got
the bases and stuff as well.
Yeah. We got the Secretary Hoplite stuff. All I'm going to say is they're fucking sexy, but there seems to be a bit of an argument about whether they're heresy, because the rules are 40k, and it seems to be that the rules are 40k, and the rumours around the trap seem to be that they're going to come out with the Imperial Armour book, the new Imperial Armour book that's supposed to be coming. So I'm going to skip over them a little bit because loads of people have been through the rules, and basically they're fucking nuts. What else we got? We got the Mastodon.
I don't. Sorry, just before we move to the Mastodon, I don't really get that either. Like in my head, when they was, I said when they were spoiled, when they were shown. Oh my god, I got drunk again. When they were previewed at the Weekender, and we see the pre-release shots and things. Everybody assumed they were. I did that they were a 30k unit initially. Yeah. And I think with the naming convention, they also seem to be a 30k unit because they're not quite specifically the 40k naming terminology.
Yeah.
And then they dropped them with the 40k rules. I don't quite get.
Yeah, normally they would drop a 30k rule set for them. That's why I'm sure. That's why
Yeah.
I'm not skipping over them because I don't think they're cool. I think they're fucking wicked. I love the Hoplite stuff. I really love to get some hold of some of those. But I'm just kind of, to talk about them would be just wish listing for what we think they're going to be in 30k. So
True.
maybe when it comes, if we get some more rules, we'll come back to them.
Maybe
But
they've got bigger plans ahead for expanding
Yeah.
Mechanicum and
Titan
Legions and all of that. For maybe we'll see that towards the Terra stuff more towards the end when everyone's got their full array of.
So
options.
should we move on to the Mastodon? Seeing as you've ordered 5, Stu, we better
Yeah,
talk.
no, don't tell the wife. Don't tell the wife.
Well, I don't think we really need to go over it too much, do we? Because I think if you listen to us and you listen to other podcasts, you've heard about it. There's plenty been said about it. It's a fucking great tank that turns into a dildo that you can ram down people's walls with. It's pretty awesome, isn't it? I think it looks pretty sexy. So
That's nice.
I think the one thing I'd like to talk more about, though, is these tactical squads that you can buy. So 90 quid gets you 10 TAC Marines, 5. What have we got? 20 TAC Marines.
Didn't we talk? I'm sure we talked about them in the last episode.
No, we didn't. 20 Resin Ultramarine shoulder pads, 10 torsos, 10 Legion heads, and 5 upgrades. So you basically get enough to splash around. I think somebody said adding it up, it does save you a few quid.
Right, let's take a bet. I'm betting you 10 English pounds. I talked about it on the last podcast.
No, you didn't. I'm saying.
No, okay.
I'm in charge of this shit. Let's talk it again.
Money where your mouth is. Money where your mouth is.
Tell me what you said then.
I said something about briefly what they were and the fact that people were like a bit meh about them, and that we somehow missed something else that had launched. Like the decal.
Oh yeah, they did come out with a Space Wolf deck, which yeah, we did talk about that shit.
Oh,
I never
Still too expensive, and not the way to build your tax squad unless you've got stupid money.
No, but they are cheaper. They do actually save you a lot of money if you specifically want that. If you want half of the body, is it half the torsos? You only get half the torsos needed.
Yeah, 20.
If you want the heads, the shoulders, and half the torsos, and you want them like in a tac squad or whatever, it actually saves you money if you were going to buy that. But people don't necessarily want that specifically. So.
Yeah. Fair enough then. Right, we'll leave that. Anything else that's been new or kicking around from anywhere else that's exciting you?
Oh, I can tell you something that is quite exciting, and I almost spoiled it in the kind of pre-recording chat that we had when you mentioned militia. So one of the things that really drew me to militia, to quite like a horde army, kind of like a Krieg, potentially like a Krieg style, or like throwing lots of bodies at people in a militia army list, was the Gorgon transport.
Yeah.
The big beast like armored transport. It's back. It's back in stock.
Oh,
they've
back,
redone the mold. It was in the list. It was. I don't know what we've done. I think there's been about 8 things that have been redone since they did the remolding schedule. And this is the latest one. The Gorgon is officially back. You can buy that fucker. Oh my god! Everyone do a militia list and fill it with fucking Gorgons.
So how many Gorgons how much? Let's have a look at this then. This Gorgon.
Is it like a? Here we go from Tomato. I think it's like a 20-man unit. Or 20-person transport. It's got options for like multiple las cannons. I'm going to make up stats now. It's AV 1721. I think it's no.
Hang on, I got Battlescribe open here with.
Go before
it doesn't actually list it in Battlescribe as an option.
Yeah, gun. And it's got
See, it only lists
for militia.
Yeah, it only lists Baneblade and Stormhammer.
Go to who would you need? Maybe it's not super heavy.
It is a super heavy.
Let's have a look. Maybe I'm just talking. Gorgons. So what? Obviously, my favorite.
Let me get my book 6 open a second.
My favorite was the
book 5.
Was the Strasus, but Gorgon armored transport. Oh well, someone's talking about the length of it, and that's quite girthy.
Everyone
That's
loves
quite
it. Right,
uh,
I got the militia list here. Let's go through this then. Lords of War. You can take as a Lord of War choice for the militia. You can take a Baneblade Super Heavy Battle Tank, an Auxilia Stormhammer, and that is it as a super
right.
heavy.
Add a like a normal troop list and see what their transport options are.
Well, I'm literally looking at the book now. I've got the actual book in my hands now. Let's have a look.
Go to militia.
Dedicated transport, Auxilia Gorgon, heavy transporter,
There we
275 points. That is from the enhanced edition though, so it could be absolute bullshit.
which we'll come on to later. But as a very early brief discussion about it,
Just after the troops.
There we go. Yeah, I found it in the because
it's in the dedicated transport section.
Yeah, it is a super heavy, but it is classed as a dedicated transport. So it's 14, 14, 10, 9 hull points for 275 points. It comes, it's open topped, but you can't fire out of it. You can only disembark from the front. It comes with 2 twin-linked auto cannons to start with and a mortar battery. What can you do? You can put Hunter Killers on it for 5 points. You can give it Armored Ceramite for 25. You can get rid of the autocannons and give it multi-lasers, or for free, you can give it twin-linked las cannons for 20. You can replace the mortar battery with 2 forward or 2 rearward sponsons, autocannons, heavy flamers, heavy bolters, multi-laser las cannons. But the battery is 12 to 45, 48, strength 5, AP 5, heavy 4, blast, barrage, pinning, 1 use, which sounds pretty hilarious, to be fair. So yeah,
sick.
You can take some Gorgons.
And are you looking at the special rules?
What we got? We've got heavily armored prow. Well, it's got up to 40 transport, and you can take 2. You can take because it's super heavy. You can put any different units in there. We've got the assault prow. Gives it a 5 buff invuln against the front armor, increasing to 4+ against blast and template.
How sick is that? That is sick.
If it's destroyed, it's -2 on the catastrophic damage table. Then you got the mortar battery. So it's pretty hilarious.
It's awesome. And again, the model is like, it just screams filmy with lots of. What it reminds me of actually is like the D-Day landing assault boats, assault landers.
Yeah.
I'm not into I'm not into historical wargaming. Except in the 40k universe. But Terran historical wargaming I'm not really into. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work as well. But yeah, the D-Day landing assault landing boat craft things. It looks like that, but massive, covered in guns on tracks.
You'd have to file off that Aquila off the front though.
We're going to come on to that as well later. I've got a discussion about that coming up for.
So yeah, Gorgons then.
Buy them, everyone. Buy them.
Buy them now.
Buy militia. Buy Gorgons.
So I think that covers about all the exciting things that's been out lately. There's been a lot of 40k stuff, hasn't there? There's been some. Khan has reappeared with his red head and skull for the skull face.
Stupid model that isn't as good as the original one.
So yeah, anything else we've seen out on the internet? Then we've seen any good stuff going on?
Oh, good stuff. Yeah, I've seen some good stuff. What have I seen? I saw some Blood Angels. Some Blood Angels that I actually liked. There was trumpets and cherubs and like fucking
wings
golden light. The wing, it's like shining down, and it was like like amazing Blood Angels. So I'll give him a shout out. The guy Rodrigo Avila, who posted to I assume it's this guy. He shared Forge Master's album to the Blood Angels 30k group on Facebook.
It's usually people sharing their own stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe Forge Master. Maybe he is the Forge Master. Rodrigo Avila, his Forge Master. He's done some beautiful Blood Angel assault troops, which aren't too blingy, and he actually posted them with and without wings and asked, do you think the wings work? And there's a lot of responses, and apart from I think about 3 out of about 15, the vast majority say they look much better without wings, unless they're characters or praetors, etc. Then maybe if you want to give them wings, they look quite cool. But a lot of people said, they look a bit too 40k with the wings, which I
Is
agree with.
anybody? I've read Fear to Tread and most of the short stories now, and most of the others where they pop up in other places. I've not really heard any description of any Blood Angels characters with wings. I've not heard it as nobody comes and says, "Oh, and he's got armored wings on his back." The only person. So
No.
I don't see why this thing for putting wings on Blood Angels,
Because
apart from it's the 40k aesthetic. So I don't know. I don't get. I just don't get the when people build 30k models, I'll put wings on it for my Praetor. There's nobody really described having wings.
We said before when we had this conversation, and we or I angered the Blood Angel community. I think it purely is they're falling back on what they know, and most of them know the 40k Blood Angel aesthetic, as you just said, and they're doing an assault troop, and therefore they think, well, Sanguinary Guard have wings, let's make them look cool. And I just think immediately I look at that, and the rest of the model's amazing. I immediately just go 40k. Like the first thing that comes into my mind is 40k Sanguinary Guard. That's the first thing that happens, which is a shame. But I say he didn't go with that. They didn't go with that at all. So the rest of the model looks amazing. They are really well posed. He's used Palatine Blade, Empress Children legs mixed in with some assault legs. He's got the Blood Angel torso upgrade sets, Blood Angel shoulder pads, Mark II or Mark III assault weapon packs, which look really cool. But then the best bit, which actually tops it off, and it works really well, is he's used the Dark Fury jump packs from the Raven Guard. Oh, they look really sleek. But he's taken the wings off them, so he's just got the jump pack without the wings. But they look really cool, and they still fit with the models. They look action posed. Yeah, they look awesome. So check out Forge Master Rodrigo Avila. He looks really cool. Blood Angels.
Cool. Is there anything about Stu that's piqued your interest?
You know what? I haven't spent as much time looking at the groups as I had before the last time we recorded. I really like Andy Wardle's chaplain he's done. There's something about that sort of metallic-y black that's almost got a blue tint to it that just makes me go, oh, that kind of colour. We Tom will know this. I bought lots of Scale 75 paints recently, and I bought the gold set, and the base Necro gold is just amazing. You put it on a model, and it's just wow, and you only get that if you're a painter. But there's something about the colour palette that he's used on his chaplain, and it's just, the model is amazing. The painting is amazing anyway, and he always paints amazing stuff, but it's not so much about the standard of the painting, which is always good. It's just something about the colours he's used. It appeals to me the same way as a red Ferrari does to a car enthusiast. It just looks, the palette looks amazing. But yeah, there's lots of cool stuff around. I think there's a guy called I'm trying to remember his name now from the forums, but Nathan Brookshaw maybe, who's built his own Stormbird, I think, out of sort of loads of plastic kits and stuff as well. That looks pretty cool, and saves some look. Yeah, he's posted on a few, I think, Crusade and Heresy, and on the hobby one as well. So it's worth having a look. There's loads of plastic card and loads of other GW kits. It's a good looking kit. But other than that, there's loads. The standard is just ridiculously high. I mean, I'm a member of a painting group for Hordes of War Machine. There's one, and there's some great, amazing stuff on there. But you see lots of normal stuff and okay stuff, and then a few really cool stuff. But every single Facebook group for Heresy, there's people knocking it out of the park. It seems where all the best commissioned painters are doing work and things. There's just amazing stuff every day. It's like hobby porn for Heresy addicts every day if you've got a lot of time to spend on Facebook. But those things probably stick out most for me.
Yeah, the focus definitely is on some serious hobby progress, isn't it? The community in whole sort of seems to hold itself to a standard, doesn't it? Of we really are going to put the effort into painting this shit and making it look good.
Inspire people to learn techniques that they wouldn't have bothered before. So I mean, you've been on the MK course, and it's because you were really, really kind of. You wanted to push your painting on it, but you really wanted to make sure that your Heresy army looked top notch. Nick's buying all his airbrushing stuff. God knows what your the cost of your basket element games for all that airbrushing stuff you were going to buy, but you were just
Oh,
like all night
that
going, shall I get this? Shall I get this? Shall I get this? It was just scary.
It didn't help when I turned up the next day, did it, Nick, and just started taking over your basket and adding stuff to it for you, going, yeah, just buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this. Yeah, you want some of this, you want some of that.
It got to the point where I was just spamming you both on Facebook going, do I need this? Does my airbrush need a gold-plated, platinum-lined a unicorn hair brush to like clean out? Like, it was just
it was
just ridiculous.
It did get to that level.
You need 2 of those, minimum 2 of those, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've upgraded a bit. I'm using elf tears to thin my paints now.
As your thinner, not Bretonian player tears.
No, I've gone full elf. Yeah, it's cool. I'm lucky enough that being part of the MK community, I see fucking insane stuff every day with those guys. You know, the standard in there is pretty awesome. But I mean, Joseph Westerly, I believe he's an MKA. I've seen his stuff kicking around there. He posted on his page his Ultramarines he's been working on, and the rich blue, the real nice gold. You know, it was the tits. I thoroughly enjoyed that, and I think is it the 30k Ultramarines group? There is some seriously nice stuff going on there.
The Ultramarines are really taking up, and I suddenly there's lots of Ultramarines players. Oh, I mean, there were Ultramarines players. Suddenly there's lots of Ultramarine players who are posting really nice models and really nice paint jobs. It seems to be one of the go-to armies to show off, improve in paint ability.
It's a really nice complementary color palette: blue, gold, white. The colors work nicely together, so it's quite easy to build a good palette. Here it is, and I'm going to screw this name up really badly, but I can't even pronounce it. Adam, I really apologise, Adam, but you posted your Praetor your Terminator Praetor into the Avenging Sons group, and it's actually now the cover plate, and it's Terminator Praetor with the Thunder Hammer and a cape, and he's got his hand resting on top of one of the suzerain shields on this. I mean, go and join the Avenging Sons group. Go and look at the cover photo in the group. Oh my God, it makes me want to jizz all over the internet. It's stunning. The conversion work, the paint job, the weathering. It's absolutely insane. But yeah, Ultramarine seems to be where people really seem to be taking off and going, you know what, I can really do stuff with this. You know, I love things like Iron Warriors and World Eaters and stuff, but they are quite limited in their style. You know, I think with Ultramarines you can go for that more parade ground look in the Heresy without it looking too odd, and you can go for the bad kind of Calth War veteran kind of look as well. I think it gives a lot of range to play with.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think a lot of people are more comfortable painting blue than other colours as well. I'm not, to be honest with you. I can paint blue fine now, but I've always, it sounds weird, but I've always found white and yellow easier than blue. Maybe it's just the way I see the colour, but I've never enjoyed painting blue as much as I've enjoyed painting other colours. But most people would say probably the opposite to that they avoid the whites and avoid the yellows and things. And I'm all right painting blue and I'm all right painting red and things, but I've never enjoyed.
That's because you're a Virgo, Stu.
Is it? I'm not a Virgo then. Never.
You're not actually a Virgo, are you?
No, I'm a Virgo, no.
I've painted so much blue in the last 2 or 3 years now. I don't actually know how to paint anything else now. I've got to do something radically different for my next project, because I need to do I might need to do Emperor's Children. No, purple's still too close to bloody blue, and I might need to do.
Oh, I don't know.
It was the tattoo that finalised it, though, wasn't it? It was the branding on your back, the Ultramarine.
Oh yeah,
branding.
When I got the Ultima on one on each testicle.
Ultramarine for life.
I am down for life.
One on each testicle. Oh my God. I saw something cool. Just to cut over Stu. Sorry. Before I forget though. If any of you aren't in the Mechanicum group and you want to see crazy fucking conversions, Mechanicum group on Facebook is amazing. But there's a guy on there, Jason Hall, and he has done. You reminded me, Stu, mentioning War Machine Hordes again. He has started. I have no idea if he's going to do all of the legions or all of the rules, but he started producing stat cards.
Oh wow!
In the same way as War Machine Hordes have for all of the Mechanicum units. Like he's actually made them with cool. With the art out of the book. So he's got like a picture of the unit name, So for example, the Chris Venator, the fact that it's tank, fast, points cost, it's got ballistic skill, like all the stats down the side, it's got all its war gear in a box, and it's got all its special rules in a box. And then if you turn it over, it's got like, a bit more detail about what was needed, but just the kind of core rules you need and stuff there on a card. Which is always odd whenever you try and talk to. I noticed this in 40k. I was saying to people, it'd be awesome if you had all the rules just on one card and whatever, and people thought I was mad, but people seem to remember a lot lot more. Whereas in War Machine Hordes, people have,
cards are brilliant.
You have stack cards there.
Especially when you got the special rules on them, it just means you don't need to hunt through. I hate standing there with a book with your finger on about 5 different pages, and then you need to look at another book. It's just
so I don't hate that. What I hate is after about 5 seconds, people like Tom complaining that I'm spending time looking up rules.
Yeah, but that's 5 seconds every time you pick up a dice. What do I have to roll for this? I've rolled it 6 times and I can't fucking remember.
It's like in Volkite Serpenta, the one person in the army that's got it because I didn't pay points to upgrade his gun. It's just like, oh fuck, I can't remember what this stupid gun is.
Do you know if you put these cards
What's
out
the
there
rules
as
of Volkite
blanks?
Serpenta? I don't.
The what? Sorry.
Do you know if he's made the cards available as blanks so you can just
so
enter
he
your own
said
info?
in the thread, he said he was going to produce just like a PDF and share that. But I said I think he was initially just doing Mechanicum.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see what he does. But
I'd be happy adding my own bits, to be honest with you. When you change your list
Just
all the
a
time,
template,
you wouldn't want to do it. But once you've got a list down and you've built and painted your army and etc., you generally run the same stuff. I quite like that, to be honest with you. I quite like the idea of adding my own details in. Maybe the points cost once you've bought your add-ons and your extras and stuff, and just flicking through your cards. Maybe it's we're both ex-War Machine and Hordes players, so maybe we realise that cards can be quite cool.
Well, I mean, I played. I know this is heresy, and Tim will probably want to cry when I say this, but I played some Age of Sigmar with Chip the other day at the club, and it was really handy using the Battle Scribe. Not Battle Scribe, Battle Scrolls thing,
which are basically cards, but they just haven't put cards.
So
in.
I had my iPad open with I loaded up the ones I wanted. I had about 5 units on the table, and I could just flick between those 5, and I had all the rules and all the information just on 5 screens. And it was really handy because you go on the app and you pick the units you want, and you add them to your army, and you've just got those. So you could have a big army, and you go to you write an army list and just pick the scrolls you want, and you've got them. And it was really nice. And I play some X-Wing as well. And that's really nice because when I was learning that especially, I just have the cards laid out in front of me and I could see what each ship did and its special rules. And then the upgrade cards you just put alongside it. So you've got them all there. So, I mean, they are really handy. I don't know if you get to like 3,000 points and you're starting to get multiple units. There could be a lot of cards around the table, but...
I don't think so, to be honest with you. You look how many unit entries you've got in your army list, that is half what you'd have in against some war games, and especially when they're duplicates. Yeah, that's nothing. You'd have more than that sometimes with War Machine, and it's, to be honest with you, veteran gamers is not so important for. It's all about accessibility and getting people into the game. That's why you see it at AOS, and that's why, like it or not, you will see it at 40k in the future. I'm guessing next edition. You've already seen what's they put the rules for that new flyer for in the new White Dwarf. That's a card.
Yeah, so they put
simplified card for the.
They've done that off and on. Yeah, randomly off and on. They've put. They've included, includes rule set in like, here's our new model that's out, photos of it, blah blah, and they included the rules. Whereas, they don't do it for all of them. They don't do it's hit and miss for some reason whether they decide to include the rules or whether they give you a sheet in the box for it or not. There's always, it's quite odd. I'm thinking back to when they introduced data sheets when they first started using the term data sheet, and for like formations it had a data sheet, or a unit, like if you took things like there was a data sheet. I think they were maybe trying, and even going back to like the original, I think it was the original APOC book, or the original, or the second print of the Apocalypse book. It was very much like, this is a sheet, this page is a data sheet. It wasn't all of the fluff and whatever one thing. It was picture of the unit or photograph of the unit, all of its stats, and it was kind of formulated in a page that you would print out and keep, or like Chip, when we used to play APOC games, he printed out quite a few of them and laminated them. So it was like, it basically was an A4 card. for his unit. So I think you're right. I think they will. They will go down the scrolls route.
Page 67 of the new White Dwarf for that Corvus Blackstar is basically a card with all your stats on. I don't know if that matches the rules that are in the new expanded flyer rules, which we don't use for 30k, but that's clearly them playing around with what could be. What could be and what will be a card, I think.
Yeah, there you go. It's got your ranges, it's got your arcs, it's got your damage, it's got, I mean, that I think is quite, that's set up for the
expansion, isn't it? Because it's got accelerating and braking rules and
whatever the
structure, damage control. Yeah, what's that shit?
Flight of shit stain or whatever it's. No, the rules in that book.
The pilot's left-handed, and he's
even tells you what you need to roll on your dice on your hit rolls for the different weapons.
That's the Stormcloud attack one. That's one of the things I did enjoy about Sigmar. No pissing about. It's a 4 to hit and 4 to wound. It's just a fixed figure on there. Great, I can get on, I can play the game. Now, I know the tables and it gives you variations and it allows for fine-tuning, but from a playing point of view, I did just enjoy the fact that I could pick up the dice and go 4 to hit, 4 to wound, or 3 to hit, 4 to wound.
Going on that. Yeah, on that dice roll point, anybody who turns around and says to you, "Oh, Age of Sigmar is shit because everything's only a 4 up and there's no tables," they don't fundamentally understand maths, dice rolling, or how the system works in 40k or in Age of Sigmar. They are exactly the same. You just don't need a table.
It just saves pissing about.
Yes, you have a to hit roll rather than having to look on the chart and go, "Oh, it's BS4 whatever." Like, it's just done. There are still modifiers for them, and there are still more depth to the rule set. It just makes it easier to remember one number rather than to remember a table and then an interaction with your opponent. It's exactly the same.
It's just modern rules design rather than 30-year-old rules design.
Exactly.
Well, that's modern rules. With ballistic skill is the key one, isn't it? Why do we have ballistic skill 4? It's a 3 up to hit. Why doesn't it just say 3+?
Yeah.
It's exactly the same thing. Most people are like that.
Because it's not 1975. It's fucking.
Yeah. I think it's going to change.
80, whatever it is.
We talked about this, didn't we? Because I think you said to me in the car the other day, do you think they'll Sigmar 40k? And I think we were saying we don't think it will get Sigmar because you don't want to kill the cash cow.
Oh, I think they will, but not to the same extent. So I think they learned a lesson. I think they learned a lesson for AOS.
So I'm gonna call it now, and again that means it's never going to happen. I'm going to call it that you're going to get a revised rule set. A cleaned up rule set ever so slightly based, and all of the FAQs and all the shit they've been interacting with the community and getting feedback on and answering all the questions, giving them an understanding of how they've written things to confuse people, correct all of that. But in addition to that, I think you will then see a very, very simplified, not different way of playing, but maybe an Age of Sigmar way of playing. Intro style game.
They've got that with the Battle for Vedros. Have you seen how Battle for Vedros works?
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Because that's basically, you have a Space Marine, he gets 3 shots with his bolter, it's a 3 to hit and a 4 to wound. It's, and it's dead simple, and it's great, because you can look at it and just say, if I play with my kid, because if I taught my kid to play, I wouldn't say, oh, it's ballistic skill 4, so you've got to look at it. I say, that guy there needs 3 to hit. To start with, to get them into the game, just get them. So the last thing you want to be doing with kids is going, well, here's a 300-page rule book for you to go and look at, because kids nowadays, with the internet and technology the way it is, they don't want to spend time looking for information. They just want to play. They want to get stuff.
You can pick up and play a video game. Why would you want to go and read shit? As far nobody the majority of people, they go and want to pick up and play. What I'm interested in really is how they're going to actually portray it. I think what they might do, and it's based purely on the General's Handbook, is they might do a competitive play rule set, and the main rule book is there'll be fluffy stuff and forged narrative, whatever. But if you want to play in a competitive game or whatever, this is the rule set for you, and then that way you don't alienate the core 40k community, the big American competitive scene.
They won't make that mistake again, because that was clearly not planned, and that was a reaction to.
But they'll also
I think that will kind of become the the General's Handbook. I think that will be the main 40k rule book, but I think there will then be a very distinctly separate rule, if you want to call it a rule book, which will basically be a Sigmar version. I think that will be.
I think the way they've gone with it with Sigmar now is the play styles, isn't it? There'll be a competitive play style, which is the General's Handbook style one, and a more narrative, fun play style, which maybe doesn't have quite so much, like you said, there'll be a simplified rule set. I think the core rule set has to stay the same. Then they may well look at things like taking away, charts and tables and saying, to hit to wound is 3, hit to 4, and that'll apply to both.
I think they need to. I don't think they will, because I don't think that the majority of people, and it was shown by the backlash, and it's still shown now by a large. Basically, you've got two groups of people now, and they fit into the two kind of categories. There's lots of obviously subcategories, but the two main categories are the people who didn't actually understand what was happening and are just reading a lot of shit they've read on the internet and repeating it, and they are the sort of people that go, oh, it's always 4 up to hit or 3 up to hit, it's stupid, it's simplistic, blah blah blah. Those sort of people don't get that it was actually not oversimplified and there's a lot of depth beyond just the core rules, and they don't understand, they haven't read into it to understand that, and it's just very much a knee-jerk reaction. There's also then the other core people who felt that they were shat on, and their lore and their fluff and their years of building into the old world was just swept away. I totally get that.
Far bigger than the rule change. That is far bigger than the rule change.
I totally appreciate that. I wasn't into that. Like I loved it, and I played the video games, and I read quite a few of the books, but I didn't play the fantasy tabletop like hardly at all, any version of it. So I wasn't bought into that, and I didn't feel as betrayed as that, like, I don't know, make up random numbers, 70% of the Warhammer players who have either stopped playing GW completely because they feel betrayed, or they played other systems, or they're now trying to play all their own subsystems they're playing rather than switching to Sigmar because they feel so burnt by GW that they're not going to play anymore. That's what they need to avoid. Like, that's the key thing. They can change the rules and they can change the rule set, but if they cannot, and I don't think they need to, fuck with the fluff or push the timeline on past the where we are. They'll change the timeline slightly, but which would be cool, but not.
I think they do need to move the timeline on a bit, because I mean it's pretty much the same time space as when I stopped playing the hobby 10 odd years ago, and I've come back in, and not a lot's developed. The biggest development's been the Horus Heresy driving the narrative of the universe on, but they could do with churching it on a bit. Let's get some new stuff on. Let's shake a few things up. They killed off the Raven Guard chapter master and did bits like that. Started to drive it on a bit to keep it fresh.
Fenris is really shaking shit up. And like we said, we get plastic Magnus soon. We'll get fucking 40k prime plastic Primarchs. We'll get potentially Rust back. If you've read 40k spoilers on the 30k podcast. If you've read Battle for Fenris, or you've seen any of the leaked stuff for part 2, it's like, shit is moving ahead, and all the Eldar storyline with the Harlequins, and like there's loads about to happen, but it's not completely,
even if they just
nullifying the world universe, which is
they're never going to do that. And I think if they, like you said about the almost betraying the background that people in Warhammer Fantasy had loved for years, if they had not changed the background, I think they would have been fine. And if when they released the rules, if the major AOS release was the handbook, and it actually felt like a book rather than a 4-page pamphlet, which is what everyone moaned about. The core of most bloody war games out there is only, you could write on the sides of two sides of A4. It's you fill it out with the way you describe how actions are taken. Yeah. So I think people have thought that it was a much more simplified game than it actually was. But if they released that, because it's the same rules in the General's Handbook, if they released that as the release book and they hadn't changed the fluff, then Warhammer would, no one would have even. No one
what's hilarious now is talking to people or seeing people that are watching a game, and you can see they don't understand what's going on. And they were having a discussion. The players will have a discussion about some moves and things, and the person who's watching or who's sneering about them playing Sigmar, you can see that they don't really get what's going on. Like they're not. There's multiple levels to every reaction. It's so much deeper than just I'm really moving forward, well. So I think I'm rolling 4 dice. Like it's there's so much more going on there, and the people that sneering don't get that. Yes, exactly. It's much closer to War Machine than a lot of people would like to admit.
Yeah.
With the synergy side of things. There's a lot more to list building, but not in the old way of list building. Not let me pick what the most powerful hero is, who can take the most powerful scroll, who can take the best weapon, and then let me take whatever. Like that's not what the list building is now. There's so much more to it. So it's really actually quite balanced. Yes, the core mechanics are a lot more simplistic, but that just makes it accessible and it makes it fun. Like I dare anyone out there. Obviously the people that feel betrayed. I don't give a shit because I hadn't bought into the universe too much. But if you're one of those people that didn't feel betrayed and ever played it, fancy it, give it a game. It's so much fun. Like it's even with the core units, like just a quick 5 minute. Like it feels like Magic the Gathering with models. It is awesome. But anyway, yeah. Let's go back to 30k.
Yeah, so there you go, guys. For all of you that tuned in for a Horus Heresy podcast, welcome to our Age of Sigmar discussion. So, anyway, looking at where we're at then, I think we covered the shoulder pads earlier. You gave a shout out to you guys that gave that. So, shall we move into story time with Nick?
Yeah, we can do. I've got one more thing to shout out, actually. Which I just remembered. I've caught up with a lot of podcasts last couple of evenings, and one of them was something that we briefly discussed, and then we chatted with the Age of Darkness guys about, and it was in their most recent episode about the demons and the whole demons in 30k playing demons. Have you guys heard the latest? Age of Darkness. Yeah. So really, really great episode as usual. Really interesting, and they actually covered pretty much all the bases of what the discussion I wanted to have, and they answered a lot of the questions. Some of the things that came up in other discussions was around things like demon engines and whether demon engines were quite the right fit, which are obviously in 40k they're very prevalent, but in 30k we haven't really seen that many references to them. So I had a bit of a dig around that, and I found obviously the main Primarch smasher, Scoria, is the first, I get this right, so the Xanathite Forge World is the first demon Forge World. So they're the first people that are really fucking around with taking demons and imbuing them into Mechanicum war machines, or even building war machines solely with the purpose of, instead of blessing it with the blessings of the Omnissiah and Machine Spirit, actually just infusing, being purpose built for demons. So you've got Scoria and the Xanathite Forge World, but also which is in book 5, but then also in one of the books that I've just gone back and re-listened to as well, one of the Garrow novels, Garrow fights what to me sounds like a soul grinder on Calth. And I think that's in Eye of Terror, which I think Stu's listening to now. There's reference to it as well, very briefly, but I couldn't actually find it. I've only got the book, and it's much harder to skim through a book and try and find something than it is to try and go through audio. But yeah, Garrow fights what to me on Calth, what to me sounds like a soul grinder. The way it's described is a big, half demon, half mechanical, leggy thing, which wasn't like a dreadnought or whatever. So that's supporting it as well. I think it's when he was searching for Rubio on Calth before he recruits Rubio. So yeah, anyway, if anyone's interested in playing demons in 30k, go and check out the Age of Darkness. I think it's the most recent episode. Really cool.
They argue quite a bit in a nice way. It's quite good.
Yeah.
It's a proper.
I had a quick look at the rules. I had a quick look, and basically they're right. I mean, the 40k books say you have to use the rules that are to build an army. You have to use the rules that are presented in this codex and in the 40k main rulebook. And then in the 30k book, it says these rules replace the rules for building an army that are in the 40k rulebook. So yes, you can use whatever fucking 40k army list you want in 30k, which is something I think most people haven't really thought about. But yeah, demons, man, go crazy.
Yeah, it was a real classic JP Mark, good spirited discussion. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But I mean, I'm going to put my 2 pence worth in along the lines that JP's kind of said, and I'll probably get shot down for this, but it does say you replace the rules for army building. It doesn't say it replaces the rules for army selection. So you can still select the armies, but
So
you must build them according to the Age of Darkness Force organization. So 25% Lord of War, Age of Darkness Force orgs. Now you're not going to be able to use Rights of War because they're specific. So I get the point. Say somebody comes up to me and says, "I want to play a Motau army against you." I go, "Well, I don't really want to play that because it's not fluffy. But if I want to have a game, fine, go away and build your list using the Age of Darkness rules for building lists." And we'll say they're a technocracy, an advanced Xenos race, and we'll play that way. But you're going to build it using Age of Darkness Force Org. You're going to be restricted to using those Force Orgs. So none of your bullshit roll a 2 and I win formations. You're going to have to bring it that way. So, I'd be happy with that. And I would say the same for Demons. You can use the Demons Codex just as you would use the Tau Codex, but you have to build it that way. Now,
that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what the rules like. As
I'm
it
of the
stands,
opinion that
you
when you
pick a book up, pick a codex up, and it says how do you build a list? You use the Force Org that's presented here, or the CAD that's presented in the BRB, and then when you pick up the
not even CAD, you can't use CAD. You've got to use Force Org, which I mean, admittedly,
no, I'm saying in
Force Org is
40k.
CAD.
40K, the book says this is how you build an army list. So the Eldar Codex says you use units from this book and you use the formations that are presented here, or you use the ones that are in the BRB. And then in the 30k books, it says you use the Force Org that is presented here. This replaces the one that is in the BRB, 40k BRB. So if you pick up the Eldar book, you go to use the 40k book. It's been replaced by the 30k. So then you just use the 30k, which is what you said. You take an Eldar HQ, you take Eldar 2 troops, you take whatever. They then spank you in 30k because they're ridiculously high power level compared to the other books, and everyone cries and whatever. That's the issue. The issue is just balance, really. Obviously, there are, again, as they covered in the Age of Darkness, multiple armies like Necrons were still asleep for the most part. There's potential couple of fluff bits here and there about a couple of them being awake early or whatever, but pretty much Necrons are still asleep. Eldar are around heavily. They are heavily featured in the novels. They are a main part of the story, as are Demons, main protagonists. They are Chaos. They are the bad guys. So and obviously Orcs throughout the Crusade, and then going into the Beast Arises and like M32, M31 stuff. So yeah, if you want to play any of the races that are around at the time, there's absolutely nothing stopping you, and it's perfectly legal. There's a difference to me, and I think what you're saying as well. There's a big difference between being legal and actually like being enjoyable by that social contract by players on the table.
Yeah,
absolutely. I'd love to play some sort of Crusade era gaming, and I'd like definitely what you said, Tom, about expecting people to use the Force Org charts from the Heresy. But I'll play anything, absolutely. But if we played someone again and again, and they were hammering me every time because what they had was completely overpowered compared to what we had in 30k, then I would expect that there will be a discussion around how we balance it to make it a fun game, because that's why we're playing Heresy. We're not playing it for tournament level stuff. We can play other games for that.
Yeah. Cool. I think that covers us then, doesn't it? So do you want to give us I'll give you some background then. Basically, me and Stu and Nick have a podcast chat that we tend to babble on shit about quite a lot and talk some stuff, and then all of a sudden over the bank holiday weekend Nick pops up with, "Do you want to hear the story I wrote?" Of course we were intrigued, weren't we? We had to have a listen to this. He said, I wrote this age 7.5. So go on, Nick, it's story time.
Yeah, so as you say, we were chatting away, and I've just moved house very recently, and I've uncovered a lot of bits from storage and all the crap that you keep in boxes hidden away. And at some point, my mum or somebody had given me my creative writing book, age 7.5, from Mrs. Morris. So if you're still out there listening, Mrs. Morris, this is a shout out to you, my creative writing teacher, aged 7.5. So this is from. Go on.
I was going to say, Mrs. Morris, bring your filthy Mechanicum list up to Cheltenham and we'll throw down some heresy.
Yeah. So this is and the reason out of all of these beautiful stories that are in here, I might pick out some more if this becomes a very popular segment with the listeners. I might pick out some more. But the reason this one kind of jumped out at me, It's for a couple of reasons. Listeners will pick up on. So Tuesday the 28th of April, school trip to the stars. That is the genuine title. School trip to the stars. Sometime in the artificial night, the Inquisitor slipped away from the space station and left our home planet far behind. Suddenly, there was a bump, and Tom and me, Nick, fell out of bed. Now, I don't know whether that was implying that me and Tom were in the same bed or different beds, but
I would state we only met each other about 2 years ago, didn't we?
yeah. So it definitely wasn't this Tom. I'll come to which Tom it was at the end. So Tom and me, Nick. Just to clarify who I was, in case the teacher didn't know, and me, Nick, egotistical fuck at the age of 7.5. Tom and me, Nick, fell out of bed. We wondered, spelled WUNN dread or something. We wondered what had happened. Then we heard a scream, and the teacher went crashing through the window, and she died. So I'm talking about my teacher dying. In my favorite ride, age 7.5. In the notes, right, in the margin, the teacher's written as part of her marking, that's not very pleasant. Right? So, then we heard a scream, and the teacher went crashing through the window, and she died. Quickly, we mended the window and saw that we had crashed on the planet Mars bar. Not Mars bar. And she circled bar and written, how wonderful. I don't know if that's patronising or what. We crash landed on the planet Mars bar, which had lemonade pools and Mars bars growing on trees. Then we heard an ah exclamation mark, and saw the drivers. Was this the spaceship drivers? And saw the drivers being gobbled up by aliens. We quickly got out our water pistols and melted them with fire. The aliens left, and we all lived happily ever after. The end. Yeah, thankfully.
It's definitely got a start and a middle. It doesn't have much of an end.
No, it's there's a picture of like a rocket and like someone flying out the window. So yeah, I obviously had issues with my teacher, the poor lady.
Issues with you, just issues, I think.
Yeah, but you look back at this and you just think, how did I go from that to like the Inquisitor slipped away from the space? Like that sounds like Doctor Who or some shit. Like I'm age 7, like the Inquisitor, and I went on to be into 40k. 6 years later or something, or a bit more than that. Pretty crazy. But just to clarify, yeah, that isn't Tom, our host. This is actually a guy called Tom Lake, and I remember back after reading a few of the other stories. Really good friend of mine at the time. Lost contact with him. Joined the army, and he actually sadly died in Afghanistan. So this is Mrs. Morris creative writing dedicated to Tom Lake.
And that's a mood killer of a funny segment that we end with. No disrespect to Tom Lake, but
I killed the teacher mid flow. I'm pretty sure it's okay to end on a downer.
Let's face it. So Nick, age 7.5, grim dark as fuck.
Jesus.
So I think you had some feedback from a listener, didn't you, Nick? That you wanted to give him a shout out to.
So this is go back to Tobias Barr, who was one of the guys that very helpfully responded to my cry for help with my Mark II White Scars shoulder pads issue.
Not your cry for help in your creative writing book.
Not my generic everyday cry for help to myself in the corner. No, this is very specifically to the Mark II shoulder pads issue. So he not only hooked me up, but then when I responded with my usual kind of advertising of, "Hey dude, do you listen to podcasts? If so, check out G52.
I'm sales as fuck."
Yeah, that's basically what I do. So everybody I chat to, somewhere I drop that in the line. Just people in the street as well. Like I went to the post office today and I was just like, "Hey, do you like 30k Horacy podcasts?" But no, the lady behind the counter didn't, so it's a bit shit. But this guy, Tobias Barr, he not only hit me with the pads, he then went and listened to the podcasts back to back both of our episodes.
Fucking
episode
hell,
1 and
he
2.
obviously doesn't like his ears.
He didn't just listen to the first one and think, what the fuck? He listened to the second one, and he provided feedback. So
Really?
that's pretty cool. So basically, what he fed back to me was a little bit damning, but I'll read through it. So he said that he himself didn't know about the Crux Terminatus issue. So if you cast the minds back to so long ago to, I think it was the first one that I ranted on about, the Crux Terminatus and a model that I'd seen on one of the Facebook groups, and they had a Crux Terminatus, and I explained that that was part of the Emperor's armor, and therefore it was completely anachronistic. Thanks, listeners, for sending me the word that I was looking for. So it was completely out of time, didn't make any sense, didn't fit historical wargaming. So this guy, Tobias Barr, was saying that he also wasn't aware of that. Like he's been playing 40k for years, and he's recently got into 30k. He did not know that was a thing, and he said basically, why should we not be educating people instead of berating them? And he thought that I was a little bit rude about it.
Yes, Nick, you horrible bastard.
which to I replied, get fucked. No, I didn't. I said that I'd actually said, like, I'd posted in response to the guy, I liked his model, thought it was really cool, but didn't like the Crux Terminatus, etc. To that, the guy was quite hostile back. Like he was a bit triggered that I dared to criticize his model. So it wasn't just me jumping on it and going in caps like, "Oh my god, how dare you use a Crux Terminatus, blah blah blah." I did. So I was a bit like, "Well, okay, dude, but that it's wrong. You shouldn't be using that, etc., etc." So I wasn't just straight up horrible to this poor random person on the internet. And I do put disclaimers on the rant section. I do kind of caveat them with, clearly this is just me ranting and this is my opinion, and this is, like I say, this is a hobby safe space, so you're not actually allowed to be offended. You have to listen to the rant. And then that's it. You're not allowed to be offended.
I got news for you, because the reason this is a safe space is because it's safe to have a fucking go at everybody. So if listeners, if you feel free to just send Nick the most horrible shit you can think of, it'll be worth it. No,
criticize everything.
As a general rule of thumb, we don't want to be negative. We're not trying to jump on the internet and go, you're wrong. I think, if you're hostile to somebody on the internet, you're going to get a hostile response. I mean, I deal with a lot of people at work in the way I deal with stuff, and I generally deal with people who don't necessarily want to be in the sessions that I'm running. A lot of people come to my training sessions on the basis that they've been fucking well told to go here and it's compulsory training and get on with it, and they're all come in and think, oh, I've got to listen to this twat talk to me, I've got things I better be doing. And I always find, if I'm hostile to them, it's going to be a horrible couple of hours. If I win them round, it's going to be better. So we generally want to be positive and happy, and if people don't understand why we're saying something we're saying, like we say, I think the Crux Terminatus thing it isn't a huge, it's not a massively well publicized thing. It's in the law and it is definitely mentioned, but it's not so much, slammed in your face, punched in your face, major part of the law. We're happy, if you've got questions on anything Nick's saying, if you don't think his facts are right, you want to challenge some of his discussions, come back to us. We're not going to come back to you and go, nah, fuck off, mate, you're wrong. We will discuss and we will chat. We want to encourage a discussion. We are by no means the law keepers of the Horus Heresy. Between the three of us, we're fairly well read, but
not. And we will get things wrong all the time. And actually, there's a couple of bits I want to touch on in a minute, which some really good clarification around the Palatine Aquila and the Empress Aquila.
Why didn't you go into that then, Nick? Because that segues quite nicely into we've had some feedback. We've done some more looking at it, and I think we've got a few things. Nick's gonna eat some humble pie.
Yeah, so we'll close off quickly. Say thanks to Tobias again. Thanks for providing feedback, and don't be offended. Don't take anything personally. I will rant and let off steam. Ultimately, I don't give a fuck. You shouldn't give a fuck. Nobody should give a fuck. It's your own models. Do what the fuck you want. But if you post it out there, some twat like me might respond and shout at you. So be ready for that. Moving on to the Imperial Aquila, Palatine Aquila, all that stuff. So we've dropped in a few times, myself, Tom, I don't know if Stuart said it as well, but another podcast it's kind of been touched on, but no one's that I've heard has really distinctly kind of cleared it up. And there's been lots of discussions everywhere for years. Like everything I've ever read about this there's been different opinions, but kind of from the horse's mouth, I've seen on a couple of forums now official posts from Forge World peoples about the Aquila, like clarification over the Aquila and 30k era models. So let's start right at the beginning, right? So there's multiple Forge World models out there for a start, with various marks of armor and vehicles that we know has the Imperial Aquila on it. Yeah. So as an example, there's lots of color plates as well in the various Forge World books of different marks of armor, different legions, and they have the Imperial Aquila on parts of them. So that started to cause a lot of confusion as well, because for ages everyone was like, oh my god, you can't have the Aquila on and all this kind of different thing, and people arguing back and forth. Again, the Scimitar jet bikes, very much a 30k model, very much a 30k era model. They have the Aquila on there. So yes, it's there, it's in the models. Still, people were quite like, no, it's just the model makers making an error and whatever, blah. Anyway, the Imperial Aquila is the two-headed eagle in 40k and heresy times. It and actually start the crusade. It's the two-headed eagle with one eye blinded and the other one looking forward to the future. So it's the idea that we do, we're not going to look back to humanity's dark past when we're looking to the future. And the reason it has two heads is because of the main two factions and the rejoining of Mars and Terra. So that's the Imperial Aquila we all know and love, exactly the same as the one in 40k. Now, what differs between the Imperial Aquila and the Palatine Aquila or Palatine Aquila is the angles of the wings. And I never really noticed it actually, but if you look at the Palatine or Palatine Aquila, which is on the Emperor's Children models, it's a very subtly different looking Imperial Aquila. It is an Aquila. It's a two-headed eagle. It's got big curved wings, right? One of the main important points is the curved edges, angled wings. And the Palatine has no open eye. Okay? So that's a subtle difference between the two. The Imperial Aquila, going back to that replaced the Thunder and Lightning sigil that you've seen around a few bits and bobs. That was what the Emperor's forces had after he signed the Treaty of Olympus with the Mechanicum. And that became the Emperor of the Imperium, the emblem of the Imperium. The Palatine Aquila, as we said, is that subtle difference. So the Imperial Eagle, single-headed to begin with, that was just the Emperor's personal icon. So if you see just an eagle, a single-headed or winged eagle, that was the Emperor. Like that was his bling. Like if you imagine him having a chain with like a big gold thing round.
Is that what was awarded to the Emperor's Children, because they were allowed to carry his symbol, weren't they?
Right. So this is where I always got a little bit confused and always got a little bit kind of slightly different. So while that was the Emperor's personal heraldry, and then he incorporated that into, as I said, the lightning underneath the winged Aquila, which was the Unification Wars symbol for his forces, because it was the eagle with the lightning unification era, which the lightning then disappears as you move into the crusade and use in the army. But what he actually granted to the Emperor's Children, and only they're allowed to bear it and blah 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 blah, that is the slightly rounded winged Aquila. So if you look on the Emperor's Children models, and you more importantly look in their artwork in the Forge World books, it shows you, and you look at the two next to each other, and they are completely different, really. But in my mind, for some reason, I've always looked at it and just seen like the Imperial Aquila, or a slightly different looking Aquila. But they are very different. One is a very much more detailed and very rounded winged Aquila symbol.
Yeah.
Now that isn't the Emperor's Children symbol of the single wing with the claw and the orb. That is the Emperor's Children's symbol. Like the fact that they were allowed to wear that curved winged Palatine Aquila, that is what was granted to them by the Emperor.
Yeah, not the Imperial Aquila.
Not the Imperial Aquila. The
the
upward curved. It's still the Aquila, but it's the upward curved wings. It's very distinctly different. And so that's what the Emperor's Children were allowed to use, and nobody else has that. And what I did was I went for I took my research seriously, and I went across all of the looked through all the books, I looked through all of the artwork, I looked through, and the most important part for me, kind of joining the lore and the fluff and the tabletop side, was I looked for consistency across the Forge World models, and I actually put it out there to listeners. I went to you two as well. I'd love you to try and find something. I have not actually found an error with the consistency across the models.
No.
The Garrow model has got, and obviously we know Garrow is now working for by proxy the Emperor. He's now working for Malcador Sigillite, but he's basically the Inquisition now, or Grey Knights and that kind of stuff. Yeah. He's working for the Emperor. He's the Emperor's dude now, or Malcador's dude. If you look on his model, he's got the Emperor's symbol. He hasn't got the two-headed Imperial Aquila. He hasn't got the Emperor's Children Palatine Aquila, and he hasn't got the Emperor's Children symbol. He's got a single-headed eagle.
Interestingly enough, I've literally got my Guilliman in my hand. On Guilliman's chest,
oh no,
he's got a very similar. It's not the same as Garrow, but he's got a similar looking. I'm not going to say Aquila straight up, but it's an eagle, symbol on his chest. It
right.
looks
I'm
very.
I'm loading up picture. So I'm seeing an eagle, which on this picture has no heads at all.
It's got one head. It is sticking out. It comes out the front of the model, as opposed to flat on the plate. I know because I painted the fucking thing. It's got, it's not a flat head.
Okay. So
it's only very small, but it protrudes. It's a single head out forward. Now it might be completely different because it's Robot Girly Man as opposed to.
Right, so that's what's interesting. You touched on the Iron Fist. The Imperial Fists have a lot of eagle motifs in their stuff as well. Yeah. But again, I couldn't find on any of their models any single-headed eagles.
Yeah,
used like that in the Aquila way. Is it only the Primarchs that have it? Maybe. Do they have?
So the Aquila that we see in 40k, the very standard chest plate one, is the Imperial Aquila that was awarded.
Yeah.
It was awarded after the Siege of Terror to denote legions that stayed loyal.
Nope. So the Imperial Aquila came into use. So it changed from, to go back again. So the unification wars, the Emperor was wearing his eagle, like high armored eagle, and then he had his troops, which had the eagles with the lightning. So that was like his arm.
That's the Thunder Warrior, yeah.
And, that's the whole unification era of Thunder Warrior stuff. Then he replaced the Emperor's Aquila or whatever, the unification era one, the Thunder and Lightning. He replaced that after the Treaty of Olympus was signed with Mechanicum to be what we know as the Imperial Aquila. So that at that point,
but when was it awarded to the Space Marines to wear?
So that was it. I mean. It became the Crusade era. Basically, I am the Emperor. These are my armies. If you're a member of my army, you use it. So like the SA, the Solar Auxilia use it. The militias use it. It's on Imperial vehicles.
Why do we not see Marines with?
You do
the Aquila on the chest on the earlier pattern armors.
You do. Go and look through the color plates. There are Mark II, Mark III, Mark IV. There's all over the pictures, and on some of the models. If you go and look at some of the models, there is the Imperial Aquila. Honestly, I say about looking at the consistency across the Forge World range, it's there, it's on the models.
So if I look at infantry then, and I look at...
So as an example, what I'm interested in now, my next step is to look at... I didn't look at the Primarchs. My next step is to look at the Primarchs, particularly where we haven't got a door model, so that's a bit of a bitch. But yeah, Garrow was the only one that I was potentially concerned about. But when you look at his, as I say, it's a single eagle for like his Iron Halo type bit on his armor, and it's a single eagle on his chest, and that's the Emperor's heraldry. That's the Emperor's personal heraldry, which is probably why he's wearing it. Makes sense that he's allowed to wear that. But yeah, all of the other ones that you see, so the Emperor's children, they have the upward curved wings. That's the Palatine Aquila. That was given to them by the Emperor. Everything else that you see is the Imperial Aquila.
So I'm just looking
that was used from the Crusade onwards. He basically said, Lightning Bolt, Unification era over. I need a symbol for my army. And in all the books as well, it constantly talks about spaceships pulling up and the Aquila being emblazoned all over them.
Yeah.
And
so just, I don't
making the sign of the Aquila. And
I might be looking at the wrong things, but I've just looked through all the troops in the Heresy, infantry troops, and I don't see any Aquilas on the models.
So this is what I was saying about looking for consistency. There's no the only time I've seen it is on the I was going to say the White Scars, but that's wrong now. It's on one of the. Have you looked at the upgrade torsos? Check those. But on the color plates in the books, it like every legion's got them. Word Bearers has got a picture of them. Dark Angels have got some.
So the Raven Guard upgrade kit hasn't got any. Why can't I see any more than just Raven Guard?
So it's on. So okay. So as far as models goes, then it's on vehicles, but not infantry.
Nothing on the Dark Angels. Nothing on the White Scars.
So it's consistently not on the infantry.
Not on the Thousand Suns.
On the model range.
But that's what I'm saying. There's nothing on the Ultramarines either. I'm saying the Aquila that most people are familiar with is emblazoned on the chest of Space Marines on the torso, isn't it? You know, when you look at your tac squads, nearly every chest plate in 40k has the Aquila on it. I was saying that the right to wear that on the chest was given after Terror, to wear the Emperor's symbol. I'm not saying it wasn't
to the loyal models.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So if you see it,
the Aquila was the Imperial symbol, but
Yeah.
it was given to the Space Marines to wear on their chest after Terror to denote loyal legions. Loyal legions.
Yeah,
So what I'm
but
saying,
they were still allowed it on the armor before.
yeah. What I'm saying is, the issue we picked up before is, people
40K
having
models. Yes, exactly.
most Marines in the Heresy wouldn't have that emblazoned on their chest because it wasn't.
I don't think any would. I don't think any would. There's not been a single color plate that I found that has it on the chest. They have it on the buckle plate. Some of them have it on the shin.
Yeah, I mean,
and you see the usual Dark Angels or Blood Angels that have replaced it with a blood drop or a sword, but they're not wearing it on the chest really.
If you go to the new section on the sort of how to pick your legion thing on the Horus Heresy page, you can scroll through all of the color plates. The only legion that's got any kind of eagle, funnily enough, is actually the Ultramarines, and it's similar to the one that's on Gilliman's chest, but Gilliman's, I think the head is facing down.
Picking your legion, I can never find it again.
So if you hit the Horus Heresy main link, and it's called it's the Get Started. Find out here now. Yeah, and if you sort of scroll through the color plates, none of the legions have got an eagle at all, including the Emperor's children. Apart from the Ultramarines one, who's got a different eagle. He's got one on the shoulder pad as well, with a head facing up.
Yeah, which is Gilliman, I believe is Gilliman's iconography as opposed to the Emperor's. But
if you see that picture in chat, that's a Dark Angels color plate with the Aquila on the buckle.
Yeah, no, what he's saying is the Aquila. I'm not disputing that the Aquila isn't the Emperor's symbol, and it was definitely 100% the symbol of post Olympus.
But they didn't wear it on the chest.
But it wasn't more on the chest. So my point was this issue with, when we were talking about Crux Terminatus and all those kind of things, is when I say to people, look, file off the Aquila on the chest, isn't because the Aquila didn't exist. It's because the Aquila wasn't worn in that way till post-Terror. Because it was the reason that the Emperor decided, whether it was the Emperor or because the Emperor's fucked and probably dead, it was it was given to the loyal legions to say wear the emperor symbol on your chest, and that denotes you
Wear
as a loyal
proudly.
legion. You stood at terror and da da da.
Yep.
So that's what we're saying is, with the iconography.
So again, we're not saying don't. We're not saying it. So so consistently, it's in the color plates.
Yeah.
They show it as being all over the vehicles. They show it as being all over the infantry, but not on the chest.
Yeah, and it's
and that is a distinct difference between 30k and 40k.
Yeah.
Like
I said,
again, you can't, like, it's not something you can, like. So this is what annoys me about people who go, oh, it's not historical. And, like, it distinctly fucking is historical. And it clearly shows you, like, things like that is a clear difference. It's just like the Crux Terminators. It's a very clear difference in the fluff, in the books, in the models. Like, it's there.
Yeah. One of the things that is quite common in the heresy, and is a theme that appears in quite a few books, is the power of a symbol. The
Emperor protects.
The Emperor protects, the Aquila, the Eye of Horus. There are very definite the power of symbols is mentioned a long time. So, while yes, it's not strictly speaking historical wargaming, iconography and imagery has quite a major part to play in the visual aesthetic and the visual vocabulary of the heresy. And there's a very big difference between saying this is the visual vocabulary that you're working within, and saying, no, you're wrong, that's not how it's meant to be done. I have seen some awesome conversions and some super cool stuff going on. Everybody in this hobby wants people to do interesting and different things. We'd all be bored to fuck if everybody just turned out exactly the same model with the same paint job. But you do need to look at the language that you're working within, and so you can communicate within that system and that visual lexicography, is that the right word?
Yeah, I mean, I get exactly what you're saying. And if you went to a just straight up completely simple, if you went to a World War II reenactment weekend, which most people are aware of the sort of thing you're talking about, where a village is taken over for the weekend by people dressed as, Germans or versus English or versus US guys, and you've got all the old fashioned era Jeeps driving around, or whatever, vehicles driving around, and everyone's in all their expensive get up, and they've got the hair and the makeup, and they're only smoking like old brands of roll up cigarettes or whatever. It's all about the reenactment. And then you join that club and you turn up in like a 1960s fucking car, and you're like, no, it's perfectly fine. Like, it's no different from your car. You're like, well, what the fuck? Like,
yeah, you're going to say, yes, it's a car. It works in the same way, and it does the same purpose. It does the same function, but it isn't part of that visual language that we're talking about. And we're not, and it doesn't fit, it doesn't communicate in the way we're trying to communicate. So yeah, no, that's exactly right. Even if you said, we're going to go cosplaying, about, I don't know, a sci-fi TV series. Well, we're going to look at the details on the TV series that we're looking at, even though it's future and it's not. We've got a historical context, as in, I'm watching the X-Files a lot lately, and there is a historical context to the way it's told. Actually, probably a better example is Stranger Things. I don't know if either of you guys are watching that.
No, I've not seen it.
One of the striking things visually is how much it looks like it's 80s. Set in that time. It is of that time, and the attention to detail in everything, in the background
is why it works.
Yeah, and it's that immersion. I believe I'm watching it in the 80s. I believe it is of that time, because everything in that visual language says to me, this is of that time. I'm not hit by, well, he suddenly pulls out a bloody iPhone and I go, right, that's it, I've lost my immersion in that, because the visual language has jarred me now, and it's broken that continuity. And that's really what we're saying with heresies. It's not don't do something you want to do. I mean, for fuck's sake, there's 250,000 Ultramarines. There are going to be plenty of opportunities to work on your own style of paint scheme. I think I've mentioned before, the left knee pad of all my models is painted gold. That is one of the ways I determine my chapter within the Legion. There are plenty of things to play with, but if I go and just stick a load of Mark 7 torsos with Aquila's on the chest and say those are Ultramarines, I might as well just get my 40k army out and play them, because I'm not immersing my hobby within the visual language of the setting I want to build within.
Totally agree.
Build that conversation.
No. totally agree. I mean, there's. Yeah.
Don't worry.
We've said what we need to say. I'll put up
come in.
I'll put up a post at some point on the Facebook group just with actual icons, because otherwise people.
Nick's going to put a list of approved icons up for you, so you can play his guy. So after we've had a nice, helpful discussion on that, I think we should move into our giveaway, shouldn't we, guys? So for those of you that remember last episode, Nick had got some. Is it ML Studios or BL Studios?
ML, yeah. Mike Lima. He's actually new. Finally, for all you people all the listeners who rush to buy some of this guy's amazing stuff, he's finally got his new Facebook page up and running, and it's amazing. If you go on Facebook and just search ML Mike Lima ML Shields, he's got loads of laser cut. For some reason, Chip thought it was laser cut MDF. It's not MDF. It's laser cut plastic, I assume. He's actually said he's increased like the resolution of the laser that he's been using. So he's lost some of that. There's obvious texture. I think, Stuart, you were saying that you'd noticed, like when you looked at the angle at certain times.
I thought it was 3D printed when I first looked at it.
Yeah. So he's increased the resolution. It's even better quality. You've lost that little bit of like obvious kind of burning or whatever it was that gave it away. That it looked slightly off. It looks amazing. He's widened his range of stuff. He's got tank doors now that will fit multiple models for your heresy stuff. So you can buy whatever legion you want, and you can. It's just really cool. He's done such a good job with it. So.
Cool. So I do remember we got a fair few of the Blood Angels shields we were going to give away. We asked for your best roses are red, violets are blue poems, heresy-based poems. And the community hasn't disappointed. We've got some poets out there. We've got some people who send us in some beautiful language. And some people who send stuff in that even on an adult show like this, we can't fucking read out because they are dirty as fuck. So we've picked out our 3 favourite ones, and I'm going to get the guys to read out their favourites. So do you want to give us our first finalist, Stu, from Zach?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's Zach De La Rosa from the US, so he's down in Texas. Ferris is dead, Conrad is 2, Fulgrim has 4 hands to put inside you, and that's one of the cleaner ones we can actually read out. I'm not sure we should read out the bonus limerick he sent us or not. I think it's maybe a bit too.
If anybody feeling grown up, send us a message. We'll send you his bonus limerick, because quite frankly, I think it's fucking brilliant, Zach. I love it. It's now my favourite thing ever. But I was overruled and told that even for us, we have to have a limit. So
it's funny how like a very simplistic poetry format can bring out the absolute filth in people. I was quite shocked by some of these entries, actually.
We've definitely got some creative minds when they put their minds to it, don't they?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
So I picked out the second one, and the second one's Dale. Dale's actually from our Pork Chop group. He's just getting himself hard for heresy. He's been a little bit flaccid over the years, but we've given him a massage, and he's getting some blood flow to the right place now. He came in with Blood Angels are red, Space Wolves aren't blue. If you're into Horus Heresy, listen to G52. So we picked that purely because it's self fucking promotion in it. We got to tell them.
Thanks, Dale.
So yeah, that was my little favourite. I quite enjoyed that. And what did you pick up with, Nick? Then what was yours?
So I don't know whether this was because it's actually any good, or because I probably offended the poor guy ranting about some his feedback. But it's Graham Sanders, who was in the first episode or the second episode. When did he say
Second episode. We didn't have feedback before the first episode.
We might have done time traveling feedback.
Mostly our friends and housemates saying don't fucking do it.
Yeah, true. So Graham, who had that amazing squat converted army, and they sent in loads of amazing pictures of his armies. He sent us this, which was violets are blue, roses are red. Best tell the emperor that Ferris is dead. Which I thought was quite nice. That, to be honest, that was more kind of, straight up family friendly, clean, but a little bit of humor about the 30k universe. That was more what I was expecting. But dear God, our listeners are filthy.
Yeah, if one day we ever decide to throw this in, we may just publish all of the filth that we were sent for this. So it was pretty cool. We're really pleased, guys. It was awesome to get your feedback. I know we haven't been going very long, and we appreciate the people that put the time and efforts in to send some back. But have we settled on a winner, guys? Do we think we've settled on a winner?
I think we did.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
yeah, with democracy, sort of.
No, I just told you who the winner was, wasn't it, basically? So we decided after all of it, we are, we have said, we like the family friendly thing, but we decided to go for the filth anyway, didn't we? And we went for Zach, didn't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So well done, Zach. Send us a message. Send us a message, or we'll try and get a message to you, but probably send us a message because we're fucking shit at communicating. Send us your address, and I'm going to make Nick post it out to you on the most expensive service we can find to America.
We'll buy and then train a dolphin to swim it across the ocean too.
And then what we'll do is we'll train him to communicate with a dog. He'll pick it up on the shore and run it across the rest of America to you, because it's only a fucking tiny country, isn't it? I mean, they're always bitching on about how big it is, but I've heard Texas is about the same size as Gloucester.
It'd be like, sounds about right. It'd be like Homeward Bound. Is that Homeward Bound? Homeward Bound 2. With like just drunken animals with a mouthful of plastic laser cut shields, stumbling across America.
Stumbling across America, trying not to get interfered with.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, go out there, check out ML Laser Cut Shields on Facebook. Buy some of his amazing upgrade stuff for your Legion.
Sweet, yeah. Check out ML Shields. Yeah, I'm on their Facebook now. There's some pretty fucking sweet looking things on there. It looks pretty awesome. So, all right, guys, that's as per usual, just a little tiny fucking intro section, little welcome to how the show is. So we're going to take a little break after probably boring the shit out of you for 2 hours. We're going to have a little break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to come back with our first section, which is going to be a little unit and fluff review. We're going to, over the next few weeks, pick out units that we either think work really well with their fluff and work really well in the game, or units that work badly, don't match up with their fluff. We're going to have a look at their fluff. We're going to have a look at the way the fluff translates into rules, and does the rules do the fluff justice. Have a look at the models and see if the models do justice, to what we kind of were expecting in our minds. We're going to look at how these units work and, any other things that come with that. So we'll take a bit of a break then. We're going to leave you with some, probably some more of Nick's, Mongolian throat singing that he loves at the moment. So we'll have a bit of Mongol throat singing, and we'll be back in a bit, guys.
G52 is sponsored by Incom Gaming, the new centre for tabletop wargaming in Gloucestershire. Visit incomgaming.co.uk for great savings on pre-orders and all your hobby needs. We stock many gaming systems and hobby accessories and can ship to anywhere in the UK. Incom Gaming is the only UK stockists of the market-leading gaming mats from GameMats.eu. Visit the store and check out how to turn your tabletop into a battlefield. Incom Gaming is based in the centre of Cheltenham and offers tables and scenery for casual and organised play with a fully licensed bar. Check out our events page for upcoming events where everyone is welcome. Save an additional 10% on Games Workshop Heresy products by using the code GINO52 at the checkout. Visit incomgaming.co.uk and help fight the betrayal. Incom Gaming. Come game, shop, drink. To shop elsewhere is heresy.
So, welcome back from that Mongolian throat singing epic. We're going to move into our first section for this show. We're going to look at our unit fluff and unit rules review. And the first up, Nick's picked the unit he'd like to have a look at, and he's picked up the Headhunters. So, do you want to give us some intro into the Alpha Legion Headhunters then, Nick?
Yeah, cool. So, yeah, like you said, we wanted to make sure that we looked at the fluff, and we looked at the models, and we looked at the books, and we looked at the gameplay. And there's been lots of discussion in different groups, and some of the guys trying to use the Headhunters in our local scene as well. And I absolutely love them and want to try and make them work as well. So I've got quite into them, and having enjoyed quite a few books recently with the Alpha Legion, the Black Library put out, I kind of got the vibe and got the feel for them. So just to be clear, this is obviously 30k. We're not talking about 40k. We're not talking about Zone Mortalis. We're talking about just a standard kind of Age of Darkness setup, 30k game if we're talking about tabletop. So we'll start off with a bit of an intro to the Headhunters. For anyone who wants to read along at home, if you take out now your what have we got? Your Legiones Astartes Age of Darkness Legions book. Or also the Book 3 Extermination. Book 3 is page 260, and Age of Darkness Legions is page 126. So we're going to look at the Headhunters. The Headhunter kill teams were an elite formation exclusively utilized by the Alpha Legion. They were used during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy eras during the 30th and 31st millennium. The histories of the Great Crusade record that it was the Alpha Legion that conceived of the deployment of Legion Seeker Squads, a unit configuration that spread to other legions as the Great Crusade expanded outwards. So that clearly there is like Alpha Legion are badass infiltrators, assassin, espionage, all that good shit. And they conceived of this idea for the Legion Seeker Squad. And the Legion Seeker Squad is another kind of cool squad that I love the idea of. It's like, it's like a hitman squad, It's just pick this target, go in there, assassinate them. Awesome. So the Alpha Legion conceived of that squad. They did not halt at the Seeker Squads, however, and they've since fielded a further refinement of the concept in the form of Headhunter kill teams. So the idea being that they took this great idea, and other legions were like, for what they knew of it, obviously Alpha Legion kept the concept and kept themselves relatively secretive from most of their affairs. But this idea of the Legion Seeker Squad spread to other legions. But the Alpha Legion didn't stop there, and they refined the idea, they refined the concept, they improved on it, and that became the Headhunter unit. These supremely skilled infiltrators specialized in creating conditions of all-consuming chaos amongst the enemy ranks. They sowed confusion by eliminating key officers, positions, and assets. And in doing so, the Headhunters brought about a tipping point in a battle or even an entire campaign, the fulcrum upon which the fate of worlds was balanced. So these guys are going in, they're sneaking behind enemy lines, they're putting plastic explosive on and blowing up bunkers, and they're destroying supply lines. And, for me, they're the first thing that always comes to mind when I think about Alpha Legion in general, but particularly Headhunters, is they are special operations executive from World War II. They are the guys that are like, you go behind enemy lines and you fuck shit up. You blow up comms lines, you find that key guy who's walking around with his captain's badge on his cap or whatever, and you assassinate him, and you just sow confusion and anarchy and just do all that kind of awesome shit. Headhunter kill teams were made up of the most skilled infiltrators and assassins in the Alpha Legion, and fielded at the direct command of a senior commander. So that's quite key in the fluff that I found looking and researching this, actually, is that they seem to be not only on very specific missions, but they seem to be directed or even commanded in person by very superior high up senior commanders. So it's it's interesting. We'll come back to that and touch on that later, actually. They had access to some of the most prized war gear that the Legion could provide, including special ammunition conceived specifically to penetrate armor up to and including Legiones Astartes battle plate. So this is where we start talking about Bane Strike ammunition, which we'll touch on later. And you guys, I'm hoping, have heard of Bane Strike ammunition. So this is the ammunition that the Alpha Legion developed at some point to kill Astartes. Sort of thing you'd imagine them doing. Anyway, in the ranks of a legion already renowned for its ability to infiltrate, misdirect, and assassinate, the Headhunter kill teams were nigh unsurpassed. So these are the special ops badass guys. And actually, a big complaint that a lot of people have about the books and the way they portray the Alpha Legion is that you only seem to ever hear about, for the most part, you only ever seem to hear about them being like the most badass specialist guys. But what you have to actually understand about a lot of the Black Library novels is it's not normal Alpha Legion, like rank and file legionaries a lot of the time. In those missions, it is special ops guys they are sending, and most of them are headhunters. Like they aren't just a normal line trooper. Who the normal line trooper in the Alpha Legion are badass ninja assassin special ops guys. But these are the specialist, ultra specialist guys. So when you read that book and you're like, Jesus, all of the Alpha Legion are like amazing and never get caught and always seem to be in the right place at the right time. And it's not. It's the specialists of the specialists. Like they are the best guys in these books that are being sent to do this shit. So got to keep that in mind as well. So based on that kind of intro to the Headhunters, what sort of images does that conjure up for you guys? Like, what is any like films or anything jump out at you? Do you get like just this vision of pop culture references jumping into your mind?
I think we touched on this a little bit earlier, didn't it? It was hard to not go what you were saying about 80s movie references and cheesy kind of 80s action films. I was thinking also of like computer games, things like Metal Gear Solid. So you got your Snake kind of guys, your ultra spec op kind of things, maybe.
It's a shame really with the films. It is because, like you say, apart from some of the good bad ones, like obviously the Predator and stuff that always comes to mind, most of them actually aren't necessarily the sort of guys that the Headhunters represent. They are more just special ops, whereas these guys are very particularly great at lots of unique skills. They're much more like that special operations executive. They're much more about sowing chaos and destroying supply lines and comms lines and all that kind of stuff. You know, they're not just like an exfiltration team or an assassin team. Yes, as it says, they make up the best assassins, they make up the best infiltrators, all these different bits, but that isn't always just their one job. Like they're not just assassins, because you can send a sniper to do that sometimes. A lot of the time it's about like proving that you can do this in the enemy's lines and scaring the shit out of them, that like 5 guys can do that much stuff and just like sow chaos and stuff. So chaos and confusion. So yeah, they're pretty cool. They're much more akin, I guess, to like a squad of snakes, a multiple squad of Metal Gear Solid dudes going around and just doing all this crazy shit. So that's pretty cool. But for me, at this stage immediately, I think, right, the Alpha Legion, they use any tool at their disposal to get the job done. But they obviously do excel at like crazy complicated schemes, infiltration, sleeper cells, undercover operatives, clandestine operations, psyops, espionage, false flags, all that kind of stuff. Now you take the best that Legion has to offer, and you pick them and cherry pick them, and you make a team of them and form like a specialist unit, and you just think, right, fuck me, like that has to be the most badass unit ever. Like just a group of those guys would be absolutely fucking awesome. So do we see that represented in the fluff? Yes, we do. And the bit of research I've done last week or so, delving back into the audiobooks, skimming through Forge World and Black Library sort of print, the first and kind of core reference to it, which actually is supported by a more recent book, and you read back, and obviously I guess they released the Headhunter models later, so in a way they've like they've included them, but they've also put a nod back to a prior book, and that prior book was Legion, and in Legion there's the Efrit Stealth Squad that are hinted at and kind of referenced, and it's mentioned that the squad is commanded personally by the Primarch Omegon. So you've obviously got Alpharis and Omegon. For Omegon to actually lead this squad himself like the Efrit Stealth Squad himself. That's like what I'm talking about earlier with the seniority. These guys normally have a pretty senior guy with them, and they're the best of the best, and they go and fuck shit up. Then the next book that I found them in was Deliverance Lost. And in Deliverance Lost, again, there's a bit of a nod without directly referencing it really. But again, there's the call sign Ifrit, so it's the same call sign as the previous one. And then it's also, they turn up again in The Serpent Beneath, and The Serpent Beneath is one of my favourite books of the entire series. If you love Secrets and Lies, if you love Alpha Legion, and you like crazy reveals and like, oh my god, shocks and twists, go and read Serpent Beneath. So there's references to that in Deliverance Lost, Serpent Beneath, and also in the original Alpha Legion God book, Legion. They're the ones you want to go for. To sum it up, go out, read those books, and you'll get a good idea of what we're talking about. However, if you really, 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 really want to, I highly recommend that you catch up. And as I've been talking in the last couple of episodes about Praetorian of Dawn, I know it's only just recently been released, and I'm a major fanboy, and I've already listened to it, and a lot of people are a few books behind, or they haven't got the time to read it, or they've joined the hobby later and they haven't caught up on the books. In a lot of ways, you can actually read Praetorian of Dawn out of sync. I know, Stuart, you said a while ago that you didn't necessarily want to do that.
I can't do it. My OCD will not let me read them out of the official reading order. So I'm at book 39. That's book 39, isn't it? I won't get there until I get to book 39. Simple as that. But I'm close. Yeah. It won't be long. Only a couple of weeks.
So there's it is the very beginning, but it's not really. It's like it's the beginning of the march to terror, but it's not, and the beginning of the march to soul. But there is a lot, the soul system, but there's a lot in there that you can read or listen to the audiobook without spoiling a lot of the previous books. It's just really good in of itself. It works really well. Doesn't spoil much of the kind of a timeline. There's a lot of that I can't go into like at all because it's been massive spoilers for Praetorian of Dawn. We will have to have a discussion about it at some point soon. I think you said about the idea of maybe doing a separate segment where we drop it into another show and discuss it very kind of off the record, but it's such an amazing book. So the headhunters that show up in Praetorian of Dawn are notably led by a guy called Silonius, who actually then goes on to be a very high-ranking member of the Alpha Legion. So we're probably going to see him later on in the Crusade and Heresy books. He might even get a model. I don't know with the Alpha Legion whether he needs a model, but Silonius is a very high-ranking dude in this book. He originally serves as a headhunter. He eventually rose to become a Harrow Master, which is a very high-ranking officer. I believe a Harrow Master is actually just one below the Primarchs, so it may be the equivalent. Someone will have to correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I believe Harrow Masters are kind of your equivalent to first captains. I would think. And he was one of Alphaeris' favoured commanders. And he actually led the Alpha Legion fleet, or most of the fleet, over 200 ships, as part of the Battle of Pluto, as part of the Solar War. Some of that is referenced, not really discussed, and I won't go into too many spoilers, but it's in Praetorian of Dawn. And pretty much a large chunk of this book is like headhunters. Like they directly mention headhunters. They directly talk about them being badass. They talk about the tactics. You have the action of them just plowing through, doing all the kind of headhunter shit that we just talked about in every aspect. There's assassination stuff. There's sleeper stealth stuff. There's espionage. It's awesome. When you get a chance, check out Legion, Deliverance Lost, Serpent Beneath, and as soon as you can, Praetorian of Dawn. So that's the kind of fluff out the way. We'll move on to the models, and hopefully you both are there with a picture of the models. Tom, are you still awake? What do you reckon of these models? What do you think of these models, dude?
Well, they're not models strictly speaking, are they? It's an upgrade kit, isn't it, to your Mark IV Marines. Well, if you buy the Headhunter kit, you're going to be disappointed because you're going to end up with some heads and some shoulder pads and some torsos, aren't you? So, yeah, they're an upgrade kit to make the model. They're really nice. I think they're really cool. I'm not a massive fan of all the fangs on the helmets, to be perfectly honest. I just one or two helmets maybe, but every helmet's got fangs on. I know it's the serpent's teeth thing. It goes back to that thing about overdoing things sometimes. So, aside from that, I think they're really cool. I just don't. I wish they hadn't done it on every helmet, put the fangs on them.
To be honest with you, I'm contemplating painting the helmet one color, like not painting the fangs on.
Yeah.
I don't think it would look too bad I think they were just the same color as the plate. I don't think it would look as bad. And also the one thing I've noticed, the more and more I look at them, is it's almost like they're meant to be a Mark III upgrade with the shoulders. Yeah. But then obviously they're shown as all the models are, and they want to sell the models as an upgrade kit to Calf, to Betrayal at Calf box set and the Mark IV plastic Marines. But then obviously the helmets are Mark IV variants.
I think they're just stylized Mark IV pads.
Yeah, they're just.
You could probably do what you want with that, given the nature of the unit. I think you could probably borrow bits and.
Mark II and Mark III is famed for being more slab fronted, isn't it? Mark III, I think, especially is associated with shipborne actions because it's heavily plated at the front and stuff. So maybe not Mark III with these guys. I get the impression the Alpha Legion would prefer the smaller, lighter Mark IVs, things like that, where
they definitely
kind of suits more infiltratey kind of style. It's less. It's not as tough, but it's easier to maneuver and less cumbersome.
Yeah, and they definitely were, pretty much one of the first to have Mark VI, and they stole. Spoiler for many years ago books. They stole the Mark VI tech. They had access to Mark IV very early as well. So yeah, I agree. They would have made use of the slightly lighter armor, more agile, more ninja-like. And as Stu said, they might have used specialist stuff. So it might be Mark IV base, but with parts of other armor. They're going to add on lots of sensors. They're going to add on like stealth bits. They're going to do like loads of kind of alterations and modifications. So yeah, you could probably buy it, stick it on Mark IV or Mark VI bodies, and maybe just play around with different bits and bobs. But I overall, I just think I since they came out, I've seen them and I was just like, those dudes are badass. The guns, the laser sight, the extra big, I'm going to call it a clip now and show my ignorance. Is it a magazine? Is it a clip? The extra big ammo feed on the gun. Obviously, they're combi bolters. Oh, I love them. I think the models are just sexy.
Yeah, I agree. They're just all round good models. I don't even mind the fangs. I quite like it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of comes down to an image thing, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't tick my box, but that's not to say it isn't good.
Yeah, I think they're good. I don't think there's anything outrageous there that does anything that would react with the fluff too much or be too controversial. They're decent sculpts as well. I think they're pretty non-offensive, nice models.
Yeah, it's cool. So, do you want to take us through their rules then, Nick, and give us your opinion on them? I know you might have an opinion on these one way or another.
It's rare that I have an opinion, but when I do...
I've not heard you talk about these.
Right, so Headhunters, they are Marine equivalent, so they are weapon skill 4, BS5, so they're pretty shooty, strength 4, toughness 4, 1 wound, initiative 4, 1 attack, leadership 8, 3+ standard Marine, apart from the BS5. So they are a shooty Marine. They got your bolt pistol as a backup. They've got the Alpha Legion special war gear, the power dagger. The whole unit has those. So every single model has a power dagger, which gives you a strength 3 attack, but it's AP 3 rending. So they're actually potentially quite juicy. Crack grenades, they don't have, we had this discussion before, they don't have frag grenades. which is annoying because that means that if you get charged, the enemy gets +1 to their attacks from their charge bonus, so you don't negate that. Whereas if you had frag grenades, that would negate that. I think that's right. And also it means that you don't really want to be charging enemies in difficult terrain. So like if enemies are in cover and you're infiltrating up, and then you want to try and charge them at some point and make use of those daggers, like if you're in their deployment zone, where you're infiltrated into it, you're only going to be going at initiative 1, which means you're going to get raped probably, which is a bit sad as well. But they do get venom spheres, which again are an Alpha Legion upgrade, which is imagine a poison venom. The way I picture venom spheres is like on the rock, and it's like VX poison gas, and it's like they drop the droplet and it's like melting everyone's face and shit, like that, like neurotoxin or whatever the fuck it was. That's how I imagine venom spheres. They've just got this glass sphere on their hip, and they're so badass that they don't like accidentally crunch it by leaning against a wall or anything. But what they do is, like, when they charge you, they like shove it in your face, and it explodes and like melts all over you. Basically what it does is it grants Hammer of Wrath on the charge you do a Hammer of Wrath attack to base, which isn't amazing, but it means again you start to see how it gets counterintuitive. It's like they've given you a power dagger, they've given you venom spheres with Hammer of Wrath, so you're thinking they want you in combat, they want you to charge, but then they don't give you frag grenades, so it's all about then they get combi bolters with Bane Strike ammo, which we touched on briefly. Bane Strike ammo, which was developed by them by the Alpha Legion. So we need to go through this. This is quite important. So because of the combi bolter rules, you get twin link shots with the Bane Strike ammo. So the special ammo that was created during the Horus Heresy, or maybe earlier, or we know it's created earlier if you read the fluff, by the Alpha Legion, just in case they ever wanted to kill some Space Marines at some point in the future, might come in handy to have some ammo that would pierce Astartes battleplate. So that's what they developed. Except that in the books, whenever you hear about them shooting people, it just wrecks them. It's like bang, Bane Strike, and then it exploded out the back of and took the spine out the back of the Imperial Fist or whatever. It doesn't really work that well in game. So in game, it's only AP3, so bypassing Marine armor, on a to wound roll of a 6. So it's not particularly amazing. It's not even rending. It's just AP3 on a 6. And at some point they shared this ammo with Horus. Again, in the fluff, they kind of said, "Oh, you started a rebellion. Do you know what would really come in handy if we had ammo that took out?" "Oh, we've made this Bane Strike shit, but it's really hard to produce, and we've only got a crate of it. So you can have that crate because we're really trustworthy. We think you should have it, being the War Master, and we'll be on your side." And he grabbed a handful and went, "Oh, there's not very much of it," and gave it to, I think, a few of his squads. I think a few of the Sons of Horus elite squads get Bane Strike ammo as well. But it's equally shit, and it's probably why they failed. It's because Bane Strike's shit. That's why the Heresy failed. You heard it here first. So go back to the rules. They get their own USR. They get their own special rule of Infiltrate, which is awesome if you can make use of it. We'll come to that later. But they get Infiltrate, which obviously means they're allowed to infiltrate anywhere outside of 18 inches of enemy models, or outside of 12 if they're not line of sight, or they can outflank in deployment rather than actually infiltrating. They also get precision shot, which means on a 6 to hit, they can choose which model takes the wound, which is pretty awesome. You can pick out those units you want to try and kill. Which actually I think quite a lot of units, quite a lot of units recently got, and the most recent FAQ, which is now in the new Red Book, have got precision shot. And obviously they have the Legiones Astartes Alpha Legion rule, which means that because they're infantry, they get access to all of the LA Alpha Legion rules. They can take a Rhino or a Dread Claw drop pod as dedicated transports, but if you do, you lose Infiltrate. So if you put them in a Rhino, they don't have infiltrate. If you drop them in a drop pod, obviously you don't infiltrate. You have to do strike. Every model can take a combi weapon. This wasn't clear in previous editions, but now you can definitely give every model a combi weapon, such as a combi plasma, combi melter. The sergeant can also take one, and he can be tooled up with all the usual sergeant goodies, such as artificer armor, power fist, all that good stuff. And one model in the squad can take a heavy bolter with bane strike ammunition, which is probably one of the worst guns and combinations of ammo in the entire game, and the least stealthy. Although I did say earlier about Alfarius running around with a suspensor missile launcher, which isn't very stealthy, but a heavy bolter isn't exactly what you'd imagine, your Ninja Spec Ops team walking around with. But anyway, so let's just summarize that. Yeah, you're hitting on 2s thanks to the Ballistic Skill 5. If you didn't upgrade to a Combi Plasma and you stuck with the Combi Bolter and the Bane Strike ammo, then you're twin linked. And the to hit rolls of 6 are AP 3 and precision shot, allowing you to allocate those wounds wherever you want. So that starts to sound pretty good. You start to think, actually, just with the standard combi bolter, the high ballistic skill, those kind of exploding 6s as people call them, like when you get the 6, it's like, yeah, it's a really good moment because you start to get bonuses with the 6s. It's pretty cool fun with the gaming and the rolling the dice. But then you go, well, it's the same stat line and attacks as a tactical marine, but they have a power dagger, all of them, which means it's AP 3 and Rending, as I said, for each attack. But it's only strength 3, which means you need a 5 to wound like any standard other marine. So you start to think, oh, actually, how many wounds am I going to put out? Wounding on 5s against another standard marine. Interesting. Now, the other issue with the ammo that I keep complaining about with Bane Strike like a bitch is that because of the Bane Strike ammo, it reduces the range of the bolters that are firing it. So your standard bolter drops from 24 to 18 inches, which then means you have to be 9 inches away to get double tap rapid fire range, which is pretty naff. You literally need to be in their face, sticking the gun down their mouth to actually seem to do anything. So food for thought there really is that for a price of 10 headhunters, you're in a very similar price range to 10 Terminators with combi weapons. And that alone is one of the kind of big issues that people seem to complain about headhunters, is just the cost. Regardless of what bonuses, what special rules, what capability they have, if you just take that out of the equation, they are very, very expensive points-wise. Like, tooled up or not, just basic, you can get 10 Terminators with combi weapons. So just keep that in your mind as a kind of background element. So what do you think of the rules, guys? Do those rules kind of match what you envisaged when we were talking about ninja assassin espionage dudes, like the combi bolters and the special ammo? Does that kind of get the juices flowing?
I think one of the issues is them being a very fairly regular unit in the game. So if you're going to go full ninja, then you're almost thinking of them in terms of almost sort of semi-special character. Fluff wise, they're all very much. If we go back to Snake from Metal Gear Solid, he's one guy, isn't he? He's someone you add all these different abilities to, but whereas this is a unit that's got to fit within the sort of context of the wider game, so they're almost toned down to become a unit, it feels like.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so do you think it's almost impossible for them to like portray that on the table? Is that what you mean? Like it's too hard to take that like absolute elitism and actually make it playable without breaking the game, making them too OP, or
potentially it's that different. So the first thing I did when we were going to discuss this is I looked at their rules and I compared it with the Seeker squad, which is exactly what you've done yourself. So I won't jump too far ahead with that because you've done some extensive notes on it. But it's the first thing I did was look at the 2 unit types. What, how much extra are they? Right, it's 20 points extra for the unit. What's the differences? So I'm looking at the combi bolter versus the special rules for the Seeker squad. So they got marked for death. So you're looking at the re-rolling for ones to wound and to hit, and what's better, and thinking what you're getting extra for your 20 points. And I think so that's one side of it, and the other side of it, well, fluff wise, these guys we're talking about being the difference between a spec ops unit like the SAS or something like that, or the Navy SEALs, or are they further than that? Are they almost special agents in their
The A team.
are these is this Bourne, is this Bond, is is it a mixture between a
10 bonds.
yeah, something
10
like, is it a
bonds,
mixture
yeah.
between a special agent, or are they a military unit? And it feels like the fluff tends to lead them towards special agent kind of stuff, with all the espionage and the working behind the lines. But in reality, to make them a unit that works on the tabletop and not be ridiculous, then they have to sort of tone them down. So maybe they're stuck a little bit between Seekers Plus and being a character that makes them just an independent sort of special ops guy.
So that would be interesting then. I mean, I'd be interested to hear other people's feedback on if they have like an idea for how. Oh, we'll come to wishlisting, I guess, later. But yeah, just is there another way of portraying them on the table that would make them work? I don't know. I'm not a game designer, thank God. Otherwise, we'd all just be crying on the floor. But it's yeah. I don't feel those rules. There's very counterintuitive, and there's odd issues with synergies that don't quite work. But okay, so we'll go on to the comparison that you mentioned to the Legion Seekers. So this is something that this is what took the bulk of my time, and I really enjoyed going back and listening to the podcasts, listening to the book reviews, listening to the audiobooks, reading the books myself, and putting together the fluff stuff and getting an understanding of that. But when you just straight up look at the rules and compare them to the other units, it's such a stark contrast. So we're going to do a comparison to the Legion Seekers unit. So if you remember back to the fluff, the Alpha Legion basically created the Death Squad, Assassin, Espionage Seekers, Legion Seekers unit that all Legion armies can take and use. And then they used all of their guile and shenanigans and all their skills to try and perfect that unit even more, and obviously keep the best for themselves, like they always would. I'm surprised they actually, shared the idea of the Seekers unit at all, but I guess they had to, otherwise Forge World wouldn't be able to sell Seeker models to other units, to other armies. And they perfected that, and what you get is the Headhunters. So you compare the two. Seekers have the same stat line, the same core MEQ, the same core marine equivalent stat line as the Headhunters with the increased BS5. They've got bolt pistols. They have a standard bolter rather than a combi bolter. So if you keep with the standard bolter, you don't get the twin linked effect that you would with the combi bolter. They do, however, have frag grenades, which we touched on the Headhunters not having, which is a big deal because it does affect some of the core mechanics of assault, which we touched on earlier. So it's a bit odd because the Seekers don't have power daggers because they're not a core Alpha Legion unit. So they're not naturally tooled up for assault. And again, they only have a standard tactical marine stat line, so they only have one attack, weapon skill 4, strength 4, but they give them frag grenades. So it seems like they're encouraging them to be in combat more than the Headhunters, whereas the Headhunters have power daggers. So that's a bit odd. And the Alpha Legion have potentially venom harnesses, again, which gives them hammer ref. So immediately you're starting to see like the Headhunters seem to be taking a direction more where they're trying to make them better in combat, but actually they're not. The Seekers are better at charging into cover and are better at being charged than the Headhunters are. Doesn't really make any sense. Seekers also get access to a Rhino, but they lose access to the really fluffy, stealthy drop pod that the Headhunters get. And for some crazy reason, Seekers instead get access to another really stealthy unit that's really well known for its stealthy operations, a Land Raider Proteus. So if you're in a different legion to Headhunters, you don't get a Rhino, you get a Land Raider to pimp your ride, which is pretty crazy. We'll come back to this hopefully a bit later, but just make a mental note of the fact that the Proteus is a dedicated transport. This, compared to a Rhino, that's quite interesting. Seekers have to pay 10 points to upgrade to a combi bolter, whereas obviously, again, the Headhunters get combi bolter as standard. They don't have the Alpha Legion power dagger. They don't have the Alpha Legion. They don't have the Headhunters infiltrate rule. Obviously, they can get that as part of an Alpha Legion army through mutual tactics, but they don't have it as standard. They do have precision shot, the same as Headhunters. So on a 6 to hit, they can choose where to allocate the wounds, which is quite powerful. But their bolters don't have the Bane Strike ammo, because the Bane Strike ammo is like super awesome, right? Remember, AP3 and a 6. Instead, they have their own special ammunition. So all of the Legion Seekers that out there that the Alpha Legion taught them how to operate, and all the other Legions copied and made their own, they all get special Seeker ammunition. They get Kraken rounds, Scorpius rounds, and Tempest rounds, which are really similar to Sterngard if you played 40k and you're aware of that unit. So let's go through those ammo just quickly. So Kraken rounds, 30-inch range, so more than your standard bolter. Rapid fire, so they can double tap 2 shots at 15-inch range. Strength 4, AP 4. So immediately you're like, all right, so the Kraken's got, like, you know, they're better than normal bolters, better range, you know, awesome. Scorpius rounds, 24 inches, strength 5, AP 2, heavy 1, shred. Now, I don't know about you, but that is what I'm fucking talking about. that is like, if you're talking about a dude sneaking up, popping some marine's head off, that is what I'm talking about. That is what, if you're picturing it in the fluff and you're reading the book and the Alpha Legionnaire runs up to some edge of some wall, peeks out round the corner, blows with a silence round, you know, laser dot sight, pops some sentry's head off. That is what I'm talking about. Strength 5. Oh, so you're wounded on 3s, AP 2, ignores armor, heavy 1, so you can't move and fire. They don't have relentless, obviously, but if you're already in place, or you're shooting out of a hatch on a vehicle or something, you know, you're gonna wreck people. And shred, so you're re-rolling failed wounds. Yeah, that's super tasty. And then finally, Tempest rounds, only 18 inches, only strength 3, AP 6, but it's a rapid fire blast weapon. So if you're firing at 9 inches, you get 2 3-inch blasts. So you're wounding marine equivalents on 5s, but you've got a potential of 20 blasts, which means you're going to rack up quite a lot of wounds. That's really tasty. 20 blasts. That is, I mean, you're gonna cull hordes anyway. You know what I mean? If you're standing there, you're just wrecking militia. It's like target practice. It's like explosive. Oh, awesome. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that ammo is straight up better than Bane Strike in like nearly every situation. There's a round there you can choose that is better than Bane Strike. So you go back to the fluff, and the Alpha Legion invented the Seekers, and then improved on them supposedly to make them into Headhunters, but took their amazing ammunition away and said, no, give me your Kraken rounds back. But it's 30-inch range. No, give me your Scorpius ammo back. But it's strength 5 AP2. It negates their armor. No, give me that back. But what about Tempest? Can't I blast them? No, give me that back. We've developed this amazing ammunition
that wrecks your gun. That's why you got lower.
Yeah, which has less range and only does the amazing shit on a 6. And even then, it's only AP3, not AP2. What? It's not even rented? No, don't need just AP3. And like, oh, doesn't make any sense. It's fucking retarded. Anyway, so the Seekers, instead of infiltrate, which obviously the Headhunters had infiltrate, it's a big deal. Seekers don't have that. What they have instead is marked for death, which sounds awesome. If you're talking about a ninja assassin squad, marked for death is amazing, right? And what this rule does is it allows you to choose an enemy unit after deployment, and your Seeker squad now has preferred enemy against that unit, right? So for those of you that aren't up on the rules and don't know what preferred enemy does, preferred enemy will allow you to reroll 1s, not just to hit but to wound. Right, and you're already BS5 hitting on 2s, so yeah, you're not gonna miss like ever, really. It's like you set up and you go, right, this Seeker squad has preferred enemy against that squad, and you roll and you go, oh, I rolled a couple of 1s. You re-roll them, you hit, everything hits, and you just blast the living shit out of them like that. Oh, that is such a cool rule. Like that is risk and reward as well, because you can obviously declare who you're going to have that rule, which squad you're going to target, and who you have preferred enemy against, and a good player will obviously avoid that in some way. They'll either move the unit away from you, or then they'll have ball control to stop you getting there in some way, or block you, or there's loads of things that can come up. So for me, in a way, that is much more thematic, fluffy, and also just better on the table than just going, here you go, you've got infiltrate. It just, again, it might come down to what you're saying, Stu, about not being able to portray it well on the table, but I find that's a little bit lazy, really, when they put so much work into the Seekers, and then everything about the Headhunter seems to be like slightly worse.
Yeah, maybe they made the Seekers too good, and they didn't know how to give it an extra 10% without making it too much. That's why you see some things that are improvements, but other things that seem to be missing. But yeah, I can definitely see where you're going with it. And I hadn't thought of it before you brought up this discussion, but yeah, I'd be taking Seekers based on what you said so far.
Yeah. So we'll very quickly run through some final bit of the rules. So the points comparison then, just for the ultra nerdy out there, you've got Headhunters coming in at 175 points for 5. 25 points for an extra model. Yeah, that's right. 25 points for an extra model. And then 7 points to give them a combi weapon. Seeker's the same base of 175 for 5, but each extra model is only 15 points, I think. That might have gone up 5 points recently. I think they're only extra 15 points per model. So you can add in a combi bolter and an extra.
I think.
20 points now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can add in a extra Seeker model, a whole extra model, and give him a combi bolter for basically, or a few points more than a Headhunter. It doesn't make any sense. Like the Headhunter model, it's very expensive. Seekers also, this is quite interesting, they can get access to Nuncio Voxes, which means that deep striking units don't scatter within 6, which again to me is quite thematic and fluffy. If you've got your behind enemy lines unit or your infiltrating espionage unit, and you're going to do a weapons cash drop, or you're going to send in reinforcements or other behind enemy line guys, that makes sense. Like they'd be calling them in with the Vox and like calling in the landing point. So Seekers get that, but Headhunters don't. And also, obviously, you can call in barrage weapons to use the line of sight of them with the Nuncio Vox, so they can sit there and like laser designate a target, and the barrage can hit them. But Headhunters can't take that. Again, I don't really understand what's going on. So overall, it sounds like Headhunters are a really good, infiltrating unit. They just don't have access to all the cool shit that the Seekers do. So straight up comparison, 10 Headhunters with combi weapons, a Sergeant with Artificer Armor and a Power Fist versus 10 Seekers with exactly the same identical layout. Headhunters are 395 points and Seekers are 375 points. So they're 20 points cheaper than the Headhunters. So it really is a toss-up. Like, it just seems like you get so much more for your money apart from the infiltrate. It's a really strange balance. I don't get it. But what it comes down to when you kind of force that into like actually playing on the table, it just comes down to that infiltrate. Headhunters have given up so much of the other rules, but they've got infiltrate. And they've given them like the dagger, and they've made them a little bit more close combat-y, but it doesn't really seem to work. Like there's no synergy there. So I mean, how would you guys like? Have you guys looked at infiltrating much? Have you put much thought into infiltrating in your armies? I'm not sure how much other armies other legions can really make use of infiltrating, but like, do you have any ideas of how you use
this kind of thing? Tom might have used that kind of tactics more than me, but no, I haven't really.
So I know Tom, you've used your you liked your outflanking vets quite a lot, didn't you?
See, I much prefer. I think outflanking is far more powerful than infiltrating because you've got more control. So infiltrate, you can be limited by other deployments, and there are counters to it. Outflank, you take the gamble of maybe not first turn, but the great thing is you can come on anywhere up a board edge, so you can pile in the back line. And something I don't see made use of a lot in Outflank is bringing, not just piling straight into the side of your enemy lines, coming in back down the board for board control, bringing in units from the side. So I'm not a massive fan of Infiltrate. When it works well, but it's one of those tactics that if you don't know how to use it, and it's one of those things you shouldn't just use all the time. If the layout doesn't suit the match, don't infiltrate. Because I know I've played games where people have infiltrated stuff up close to me, and I thought, well, great, because I'm going first. I'm going to pile straight into you then. Thank you. You've made my getting into combat easier or bringing you into range easier. So infiltrate, I think, is not one of those things that I think is super powerful and brings. But, I mean, going back to the point about points cost, if you want infiltrating people, take Alpha Legion Seekers and use mutable tactics to give them infiltrate. There you go. With your mutable tactics, you've saved yourself however many points it was, and given your Seekers the rule that's missing from them for infiltrate. So I don't know. Headhunters. The other thing I was looking at.
How did that game was against Alex that you were playing, and he said he appreciates a very early game for him in the Heresy and a very early game for him with Alpha Legion, but you're saying he didn't seem to capitalize on infiltrate. It was like he just infiltrated and then didn't really know what the next step was.
He infiltrated up into my lines. I was going first anyway, so he was relying on a seize the initiative, which, I was only running a small force at the time, 1,500 points. So all I deployed on the table was a Spartan, a quad mortar, and a dreadnought. So I didn't have a lot of board control. And we were playing Dominion as well to score objectives. So I was already at disadvantage because I got 2 outflanking rhinos. So I'd already put myself at a disadvantage. But he just pushed up in front of my lines and then held his ground and allowed me to come out first and drive the Spartan in. All right, I funked the roll to charge with my suzerain. But if I hadn't, I'd have charged him first turn with my suzerain. Now, 5 suzerain into a headhunter squad, they're going to take him to pieces any time. 15, 20 attacks on the charge at AP2 doing wounds everywhere. Well, I'm just going to mince you. But, my Praetor can potentially take 3 or 4 out before you've even swung back at me. So, it's a really... Infiltrate is a funny thing. It's one of those things where you've got to do it right, and knowing when to use it and when not to use it is almost more important. But it's an interesting thing, 'cause the other thing I was thinking, the other thing that struck me, and I did the points, is 10 veterans with combi weapons is 260 points, and you also get access to all of their bonuses, outflank and sniper or machine
because the vets had a price drop recently as well.
Yeah, so you bang a rhino on them and they're 300 points then for 10 you're still under 310. You could probably get about 300 points by the time you put artificer armor on the sergeant and you're talking 10 combi weapons for less than 300 points that can
and
outflank.
You can whack 3 power weapons in there as well.
Yeah.
So you're starting to edge towards the equivalent close combat of the...
So I think you're right. I think the Headhunters are a brilliant unit. They're really cool, but there are other units out there that do their job for the same points or less points that give you other options as well.
Yeah, definitely. So specifically on the infiltrating aspect, I put a few scenarios together that I was really trying to math hammer out and just really like hardcore nerd, like very precise scenarios. So the first one, as an example, you infiltrate. Again, so infiltrating, you have to be if you enemy unit can see your unit when they're on the table. If they have line of sight to a unit, you have to be more than 18 inches away from them when you infiltrate deploy. So we're just going to run through a few scenarios where we're assuming that you can't get line of sight blocking. And that's any model in the unit, by the way. So you have to be able to hide. If you're playing a min unit of 5 headhunters, most people will normally play 10. You have to be able to have all of them outside of line of sight of anything within 18 to be close, to be up to 12. So it's rare that it's possible. So assume you're 18 inches away from the enemy target, and you've seized or you've won turn 1. So you move 6 inches. You're still outside of the 12. because you had to be outside of 18 for the infiltrate. You've moved 6, you're now outside of the 12, so you still can't rapid fire your combi bolter, and you can't rapid fire your combi plasma. So it's a waste of the combi plasma shots because you only get one instead of being able to rapid fire it, and then it's gone because you only get the one use of the combi weapon. And you're also outside of melter range, so if you took a combi melter, it's just a strength 8 AP1 rather than a melter rule shot. So again, it's wasted really. I mean, it's still quite powerful, but it's wasted. So you can add an independent character like a Vigilator, give him recon armor so he gets infiltrate. So he's now granting scout to the headhunters. So you still deploy 18 inches away. You then scout move 6, but you're still outside of the 12 rapid fire range. But again, if you assume that you've got first turn or seized, you can now move that needed 6 inches if you get the first turn. Yeah. So 18-inch infiltrate, scout move 6, move 6. You're now inside double tap rapid fire range and potentially inside melter range.
But that's
so you're now talking. That's a lot of points though, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
You're now talking like potential though of 20 strength 6 AP2 hits, hitting on 2s, wounding on 2s.
Yeah.
So shit is gonna melt.
But I can take my combi veteran tax in and out flanking Rhino for less points, outflank second turn, all with combi plas, jump out the Rhino, 6s to precision shot because they're sniper, wounding with 2 AP2. So that's what I mean. I mean, yes, what you've just described is very good, but I don't have to throw a Vigilator in there adding more points to, I'm sacrificing, maybe the Alpha Strike, but I'm building in, I'm building in options to do other things. So
yeah, and they're better. Again, they're better at the other jobs. They're a better, more rounded unit, whereas Headhunters trying to be a good all-round unit, but they don't deliver, or it would be too OP if they did, as Stu said. The only other option in that kind of initial scenario, in line with the Vets one, really, is you can put the Headhunters in a Rhino. They lose infiltrate, but if you give them the Alpha Legion mutable infiltrate, they get that back because it's dedicated transport in the Rhino. So you can infiltrate the Rhino outside of 18 inches. It might be easier to line of sight the Rhino rather than 10 guys, maybe.
The problem with Rhino's quite easy to spot.
Yeah, so again, you need to, but you're outside of 18 potentially. You move it. Again, it's not very stealthy. It's not very thematic. It's like, it's infiltrating Rhino. 18 inches away, move it 6, and then disembark 6. You're now in melter or rapid fire range, and you can have a multi-melter on the Rhino. So that's quite powerful as well. But again, you're piling on these points just to make the unit okay. And as you said, the Vets do it for cheaper. So why would you?
Yeah,
like,
you
why
can
would
do
you
that.
So one last thing before we go into the Rite of War, the very last thing that I hear a lot of people repeat online about Headhunters is they argue that if you take Alfarius, it makes them good. Let's just sink that in. So they're saying you have to take the Primarch to make it. Then the unit.
Yeah, you're throwing 300 or 400 points in to make a unit good that you could take veteran tax. You could take Pride of the Legion, take Alfarius, take veteran tax, and
it's just a stupid argument. I mean, he is the buffing. He's the pretty much. Well, he's in the top 3 buffing Primarchs, and they're saying if you take him, it makes the Headhunters good. And it's like, well, duh. Like that's the whole. But
he's going to make the veterans.
It's going to make everyone great, exactly right. So I don't disagree. You take him, he gives everybody preferred enemy. So then the combi plasma aren't exploding in their faces, but gets hot in turn 1, and they can reroll them. So yeah, great. So but if you have to take a Primarch to make a unit good, not even amazing, like you have to take it to make them good. That's a pretty sad state of affairs, really.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you come onto that fact that I was talking to you the other day about that. The main theme of the Headhunters is infiltrate. They've decided that that's what you take on the table to interpret the fluff and the thematic immersion on the table of the unit is giving them infiltrate. That's what they've got above and beyond Seekers. So if you take that, then you'll still want or need Alfarius for turn 1, because again, otherwise your combi plasma is going to gets hot and melt in your own face off. But then that negates the whole point of Alfarius' main special rule, which is he can hide amongst the troops like he does in the books, and you don't know who he is. And then on turn 2, he reveals himself. So if you start him on the board, he doesn't have infiltrate, so he has to just stick on the corner, and it's like, it's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers. But basically, yeah, it's a big quagmire of rules. The synergies don't work.
So what do you think is needed? What would your wish list be to make them work? Maybe not make them OP, because that's we don't want to make them OP. What do you think you could add to the unit just to make it work?
Okay, good question. A lot of people talk about the Rite of War, the Headhunter Rite of War. Well, I don't really want to go too much into that. Basically, have you looked at that? Have you guys looked at the Rite of War at all? Have you a chance to look at that? It's it doesn't really help that much, to be honest with you. In fact, it makes things worse. So all the Rite of War does is pretty much force you to use lots of headhunters. One thing it has, which is similar to the fluff or the theme, is the false flag rule, which means that units have to take a leadership test to be able to shoot you. But then most vehicles don't take leadership tests, so they're just gonna fucking blow you away turn one anyway. So ignoring the stupid Rite of War, optimal methods. I would, based on what I've looked into, either attach Exodus, the special character, to them, and put them deep in enemy deployment, forward objective, just plonking down, plonk them down somewhere you want. He'll give them move through cover, scout, and stealth. So now you've got a really nice cover save, and they can negate the fact that you haven't got the frag grenades to some extent, being able to move through cover, not necessarily the charge point. And Exodus gives them Exodus gets preferred enemy from them, which means his shots are a lot more reliable. But again, you're taking a HQ slot just to make them okay in some situations, so it's not necessarily great. And then the other options are talking about getting really anti-thematic and not very fluffy. You're talking about drop pods, but then why would you put them in a drop pod when you can put a plasma squad in the drop pod? A cheap plasma team in a drop pod is your go-to nuke a Death Star or nuke a character or nuke a Primarch squad. That's what people do. So why would you they do that better than the headhunters? So as far as wish listing, how would we improve them? Is that the question? How are we gonna fix
what can we do to the baseline unit to improve the unit?
So as we said, other units can do it cheaper and better. Nearly every role, you pick a role, these guys do it cheaper and better. For shooting a marine equivalent to death, you got vets with marksman. For assault, you've got multiple things, even just assault squads now that are good. Veteran squads again do that pretty much better for cheaper. So what I'd like to see, I think it's been obvious throughout a lot of the show that I like the idea of them not necessarily being this multi-role, they're experts at everything, which they are in the fluff, but as you said, you probably can't portray that on the board maybe without it being too broken, or it's just impossible to do. But I would say maybe focus on them having a role and being really good at it and kind of okay at the secondary roles. And in my mind, I think we should go for if you're building them on Seekers, I think we should go for an assassination unit. I'm happy to pay extra for them. I don't mind them being ridiculously expensive, so you could probably keep the same unit cost, keep power daggers, keep infiltrate. But I would say give them back preferred enemy. They had preferred enemy before. I'd say give them preferred enemy. Maybe through the marked for death rule the Seekers have. Actually give them that rule. That way they can infiltrate and they can turn one combi plasma rape people. I think that would be so cool. If you had a dedicated infiltrating assassination squad that was reliable, that would be great. It'd synergize with the Primarch better. It would work with counterattack if they're getting charged. It would work with tank hunter. You could actually choose to fire your combi plans when you come out with a tank. And then there's a lot more synergies there that would work just by them having that preferred enemy and stop them exploding themselves if it gets hot, or just not being as reliable for the turn one. Other than that, change the Rite of War mentioned the Rite of War Leviathan. Instead of them having to do a leadership test for false flag so that enemy units can shoot at them, take away the leadership test. Just basically make it keep that thematic, keep that fluff, but make false flag basically look like they can't be shot at turn 1 unless they've shot at your squad.
Or give them sort of faux invisibility or something, only snapshots at them or something.
Just have it like so instead of having to take a leadership test if you haven't shot at them to be able to shoot at the headhunters, just have it so that if they haven't shot at your squad, you can't shoot at them. So it's proper false flag. Like, as far as you're concerned, you've just seen a unit of your buddies walk past. Like, you're not going to just randomly shoot at them. But
wouldn't that be a bit strong? Because you could essentially then just infiltrate right up in front of people, march up in front of them, knowing that you've basically got a turn free. I can't be shot at, so I'll push forward and.
So their turn 1, they'd be able to move out of range of charge range.
Yeah. The thing is, the things that aren't fun in the game are things you can't interact with. When you can't generate an interaction, so I can't do anything to that unit, that's not enjoyable. Which is why I would say snapshots, because it limits what you can do and it limits the power of it. But just saying you can't shoot that unit, you can't touch it, that's not fun. That's not enjoyable.
So as it stands currently, if you fail the leadership test, you can't shoot at them.
Yeah, but
so that's in the rule
leadership on 8 or 9. How often do you fail that?
Okay, but how is that any different from somebody casting invis?
Well, no, I was saying you can. Do
you see what I mean? It's just reverse. You roll the dice instead of me.
But what you're suggesting is you can't shoot at them, which is what I'm saying is not fun because you can't shoot.
Yeah, you can't shoot if you fail the leadership test.
Yeah, no. You just said you can't shoot at them first turn.
Yeah, okay. As it stands with false flag currently.
Yeah.
If you don't pass the leadership test, you can't shoot at them.
Yeah, which is fine because you've still got a chance to interact. You can roll dice and see. Just saying, like you said, changing it so you can't shoot at them first turn. That's not enjoyable because you can't interact with that unit. Then, you've got to have some kind of ability to maybe do something. Whether it is roll a dice and you fail the leadership and you can't shoot. Well, yeah, but you've interacted with that unit. Just saying flat out you can't do that is
okay,
not interesting.
I see that. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. So then you've got the other right of wars that have similar things. So like the recon gain shrouded on top of their other colour saves. Drop assault vanguard are only a hit on 6s on turn 1. So I mean, you can have that. Again, it doesn't line up perfectly with false flag because false flag obviously is implying that you're walking around in the enemy's armor, so you don't shoot them because you think they're your buddies. Maybe you just need a different. Maybe they just need a. Again, there's a good thing on that game.
It needs a different mechanism.
Yeah, just some other way of allowing them to represent on the table the awesomeness that they are. Because at the moment they're just rubbish seekers with rubbish ammo that have infiltrate and are pretty shit in combat, but have a couple of tools that make you think they should be good, and they're not, and they cost a lot of points. That's pretty much where we're at. I'd love, again, reach out to listeners if anyone's got any ideas of how Forge World can fix these guys. Because the only ideas I've got are ruining Tom's game and making them broken by the sounds of it. I think that's all we've
So
we've got. So should we do a fluff whack, but not a Nazi fluff whack? We do a marks out of 10 for fluff based on what you know, what I just regurgitated, anything you've read yourselves. How awesome do you think these guys are out of 10? Do they get your juices flowing?
What, you mean in terms of how well the rules relate to the fluff, or just
fluff? They awesome unit. Are they?
What's not to like? It's cool, sneaky stuff, isn't it? It relates really well to fluff. It makes stories very interesting rather than bog standard Marines, I suppose. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 8 out of 10. But I like kind of stuff.
And then we're all gonna go agree on like a 4 for rules.
I think maybe a little higher, probably a 6 or something.
Okay.
But
Tom,
I think they should have based the rules off the Seekers and just added something rather than almost try to rewrite the rules completely.
Yeah, that's
4 or 5 for rules. I mean, they are effective in game. They do things. It's just the problem is there are other things that do what they do better or cheaper.
I think if Seekers didn't exist as a unit type,
You'd be happy with them.
You'd be happy with them. I think it's the fact that you compare them with Seekers and you think, yeah, I've been a bit
That's
hard on,
interesting.
especially
Yeah.
with, like Tom mentioned, with the drop in the points for veteran tactical squads. Now you look at how good they are in the game at the moment, how value for points, and you think, well, yeah, I'll just take veteran tax as well. So that when you compare them to similar units, all do similar roles. That's where they don't look so good. But yeah, I think that I'd have gone Seekers, and either just not even made a special unit, expected people just to model them and say, right, these are the headhunters, or
Yeah.
go Seekers and then add a couple of extra bits, and even if that made them slightly more expensive, even if we started at 185 or something like that, but just add some of the special rules to the Seekers.
Cool. Well, as always, we've prattled on for a bit, listeners. If you want to feedback to us, are we right? Are we wrong? Is Nick talking out of his arse, or is he, the messiah of 40k, 30k even? Give us a shout. Send us some feedback. We'll be interested to see what you have. Send us some feedback if there's another unit you'd like us to look at. See what if you'd like us to go through another unit and give another unit a try. So we're going to go to a bit of a break, and then we're going to come back, and we've got a couple of interviews that we've recorded over the last few weeks with a few interesting people, and we'll get into those interviews. Welcome back to the G52 podcast, and we're going to go into our section here. We've got a really good chat with a guy called David. You might have seen the 30k YouTube channel being kicking around on Facebook and on YouTube, obviously, and all those other various social media. So I know personally I've lost many hours when I should be being at work watching battle reports instead of actually doing anything, or going, I'll just put this on in the background, and then 20 minutes later going, I've just watched the battle report and I haven't done anything. So we've got David with us tonight. We're going to have a bit of a chat. He's going to give us some introduction into the channel and let you guys know about it and just what he's about and what he's up to. So if you want to start off, David, give us a bit of an introduction into yourself and your time in the hobby.
Yeah, great. Thanks, guys. Well, I really appreciate being on your podcast. It's a privilege, so thank you for that. The 30k channel. Well, where to start? I guess I started in the hobby when I was 14, and I was into a bit of Epic. So I'm sure everyone remembers that with the little small scale stuff. But Ultramarines, Eldar, and Tyranids is what I started off with, and then I kind of graduated up to 40k then, and I did quite a large Space Wolf army, and then went to Blood Angels, and then probably 10 years of doing those, and then I finally went over to Imperial Guard. That's where my deep passion lies in the hobby is Imperial Guard. But when I started on the 30k freight train that it is now, I wanted to do Imperial Guard, but there was no Imperial Guard at the time. But obviously Solar Auxiliary have just been released quite recently, but because I couldn't get Solar, I had to start with Mechanicum. So big robots was just the next best thing, apart from Squishy Guard. I thought, well, it's a good contrast, isn't it? So so we started off on the Mechanicum route, and here we are. So I don't know what Mechanicum's been out 2-3 years now, I guess.
Yeah, really sort of together as an army list, hasn't it?
Yeah, so we start off with them, and for me, gaming is all about setting the scene. You've got two great armies, and then the battlefield really sets games apart, because they're the variables, aren't they? It's the scenery, it's the terrain, it tells the story, and it really helps set the scene. And I've got lots of scenery at home. I've got lots of boards. I've got the Mortalis board and the Mars board, and I thought what I had was good. So I thought, I perhaps want to share my hobby with the world, maybe. And then a couple of years ago, I thought, well, I need to get on YouTube, because it's so popular, isn't it? I've watched Mini Wargaming and Tabletop Tactics and Striking Scorpion 82. You know, all these guys, and I thought, well, I've got some resources, I've got some armies, I've got some good bits and bobs, and I wanted to try and do my own thing, you know, and put my own twist on it, I guess. But and that's kind of led us to where we are today, I guess.
Yeah, cool. So you got plans on a cult and militia list then, if the human beings are what you like?
Yeah, definitely. So the new year, new army business. So
Nice.
hopefully the Solar will start to make an appearance. But I brought a unit of Solar a year ago, but I've been through 10, 12, 15 colour schemes. You know, I paint a guy up, I don't like it, I strip it. You know, I've got books and books full of colour swatches and all sorts of. I just can't decide what colour to do. It's a pain in the ass, really.
You've just started off down the Solar journey, haven't you, as well, Stu?
Yeah, I've bought most of it actually. I've got a little bit left to buy, but I've bought most of it for sort of 2.5. Initial list, it's going to be crap, so I'll have to buy other stuff. But and I'm going through the same thing at the moment, and I'm reading trying to read the fluff, and there's not a lot there. There's not a lot of reference points. They're not really in the novels, and I'm thinking, well, how do I want to paint them? What colour scheme? And then I'm thinking, do I want to use the special character Medicaid guy? And if I do that, mean I have to use the regiment and the fluff he's with? So should I just use normal and just use the model? All of these non-important, non-life-threatening things that I've been keeping me awake at night, and or when I'm dealing with my baby and he's driving me nuts and I'm daydreaming myself from going mad. But yeah, I haven't got a clue paint scheme yet, but I need to finish off a little bit of fish, not much left to do. I've got about 10 models to do, and once I've done those, I'm going to start building my Solar Arc, so I'll worry about the paint scheme when I run out of stuff to build. It'd be good to see what you do. It'd be interesting to see, especially if they end up on the channel. That'll be really cool.
Yeah, well, that's my plan, because I think to pit the robots against, you know, men and tanks, I think it'd be quite a good army, and no one in my gaming group has Solar Auxilia, so
I don't think anyone has
something new to the channel. No, well, you know, if you go on the Facebook and look at Facebook groups, I think there's 2.
Yeah, one's got 80 members.
Not many people out there.
140 or something. Not a lot of content on there either. It's kind of one post for 1 month and one for another. So I'll start spamming that when I start painting stuff, I think.
I did one test model where I was really happy with. I did like a grey colour scheme, like grey armour, and then like the padding underneath was like a light grey and a white colour. It looks really good, but I love the blue and the yellow colour, but I just can't quite get it right yet. But
yeah, that blue and yellow will go really. I'm tempted to go for a sort of creamy white and green. I think that might work. I don't know. But then I'm also almost thinking about going with a sort of coppery armour as well. So yeah, same as you. So many really nice colour schemes. I keep changing my mind, but
it's tough.
Hard life, isn't it? Hard life.
I mean, with the Legions, you've got, you know, a reasonable idea of what the colour scheme is. And yeah, there is a bit of freedom to, you know, how you work with the colours and what tones you use. But when you get to the Solar and the Imperial Army and stuff, you can just go nuts. And it's almost the opposite. Problem is, where do I start?
Yeah.
What am I going to go with?
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Cool. So do you want to give us a bit of an intro into, you know, the style of the videos, what you're trying to do with the videos, and, you know, how they work and what you're trying to achieve with them?
I think one thing I noticed from watching all of the battle reports, this has been 2 years in the planning. You know, I noticed that they're all filmed in either someone's bedroom or someone's front room, and as the camera pans around the battlefield, they've got, you know, all these nice mats, and they've got some great scenery, some lovely looking armies. But you then come by and you see, you know, the photo of a wife and kids on their table next to their DVD collection, and, you know, the curtains which they brought from Next last weekend or something. And I thought, well,
the dogs on the sofa and things.
Yeah, exactly right. But like I said to you before, for me, it's about the battlefield and setting the scene. And I knew the backdrop for me is probably the key point to my battle reports. So my dad, he used to work with steel. He used to be in the Air Force, and he can weld and do that sort of thing. So I got him to build me a 10-foot square metal frame. It's essentially a double-sized bedroom, pretty much.
Yeah.
And then I brought a 40-foot long curtain, which was bonkers. I went into a curtain shop and I said to to this Polish woman. I said, look, in a bit of broken English, I said, look, I need a curtain. She goes, oh, how big's your window? I said, no. It needs to be 40 foot long by 2.5 meters wide. And she looked at me and she goes, oh, you're crazy. I was like, well, it was wild. But anyway, we got it built and she made it for me. She did a fantastic job. And when you're inside that booth, just enclosed with the curtain, and you're with another guy and a cameraman, the experience is it's so focused. It's almost like looking into a dark tunnel with a light at the end. It's all about the game for me and the colours. The job I do, I'm a visual merchandiser for a large chainsaw manufacturer. So for me, I go into dealerships all over the country and I make sure that the product is arranged and set in a perfect way to make sure that encourages shopping habits and people go in and spend money. So for me, the Zone Mortalis game was great because you've got the kind of the grey of the boards, and then you've got the bright red contrast to the blue and white. So for me, visually, that worked quite well, and that's what I want to. That's kind of what I want to put out there. Just lovely looking stuff that works and looks good together.
Yeah, I mean, I did an A-level in media studies, and I think the phrase that you kicked around all the time is production value. It's that, like you said, great people putting great battle reports out, and if their resources are limited to doing it in their front room, fine, fantastic.
Yeah,
good on it. I watched SEO Winters.
Winters SEO, yeah.
That's it. He does a lot of 40k reports. Really good, filmed in his front room.
He's great.
But the quality of what he puts out is great for what he's doing. But one of the things that draws you to the 30k channel is it does look like it's recorded in a studio. It's kind of got that feel to it and it does focus on this is the game, this is the table, this is what's going on. I mean, it was kind of similar to the conversation we had, Stu, isn't it, when we set up the podcast? Was one of the things I said was I'm not going to put something out until the audio quality is right. We were determined we're not going to put it.
Yeah, and we're still working on it all the time, and that's yeah. So as we've already,
but we sort of set a level because it's that immersion, isn't it? Especially for the video. It's it's the old thing. It's one of the things that I haven't been back playing a long time, but it pushed me out of 40k a bit when I started seeing Heresy. Was everyone in Heresy seemed to be quite keen on getting a good table with a good scenery and fully painted armies and that immersion. Whereas at kind of 40k, I got fed up of facing hordes and hordes of grey plastic. I've always set myself the target. It was one thing I did to stop myself buying too much was I couldn't put it on the table till it was painted.
Yeah.
It also focused me to finish units. And it's something that comes across with the video really well is, there's a fully painted army on a really nice table because you've got the little Martian backdrop as well that goes around your Mars board, haven't you?
Yeah,
it sort of does two sides of it, and it when you're filming into it, you can get low, and it's got a backdrop, and you almost don't register it consciously, but it just does keep you immersed in the game.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to create. It just focuses everything onto the table, and I say when you're in there, it just creates such an atmosphere. And you probably notice when we play games, we get quite excited and quite animated because all we've got is just the other guy. You've got your opponent and the game, and I think it's quite a nice thing. And I think the other thing about the 30k channel, which I think is unique, is that we haven't quite found our format yet. The camera is still a little bit shaky.
Yeah.
There are a few little things that we need to improve, but I've just invested in some very expensive camera equipment that will address the focusing and the shaking issues. And I read all of the comments that people put down, and people have said you wanted a showcase. Well, you got a showcase in the Zone Mortalis, so we can react really well to what the community wants, and I think it puts us in a great position, I think, really.
Yeah, like you said, you've established a base level of this is the minimum we want to produce that's a good quality.
Yeah.
And you start building, because we've done the same. We churned out our first episode and it was like, we don't really know what we're doing. We know we can record this. We'll talk some crap. And now we're building a framework around it, and we, like I said, we think we've all invested in some mics now and some better kit to generate it. But, it's really good. I think you've got 3 battle reports up at the moment, is it? 2?
Yeah, we've got 3, yes.
Yeah, two full-size games and a Zone Mortalis game. And like I said, the quality, they're perfectly watchable to sit there and have on. And you don't at any point think, oh god, this has been filmed by an amateur. You know, it does feel like, you know, someone's thought about it before it goes out.
Great. Well, well, that's very kind. I definitely am an amateur, but I am on a very, very steep learning curve at the moment, and it's just, you know, every waking hour is, oh, you know, what can I do to improve that, or how do I put that across better, and which leads me kind of to the next Battleport report we've got. We've got a guy I met at the last Throne of Skulls event in Warhammer World. I think it was about a month ago now. He's got Alpha Legion, and they were beautifully painted, some really great decals on there, and it was a really well painted army. The guy's name is Carl Botterill. We've got him coming over in. So we're filming in a week's time, 2 weeks' time, sorry, and then that should go out at the end of maybe end of next month. But we're going to do a good scenario for that, and hopefully we'll do a better showcase this time. The camera work will be better. And one thing I noticed as well, which we're not good at the moment, is there has been a few rules errors, which I absolutely hate. They drive me bonkers. I have sleepless nights when I get rules errors. But we're going to try and solve that issue. And we're going to have a bit more of an in-depth list analysis, you know, because I think we're very quick with what we've got. So I think we need to go through it a little bit more, and it'll get better.
I mean, I always stand by the fact that I don't think there's ever been a game of 30 or 40k ever played correctly. There's just so many rules, so many errors. I mean, the amount of times I get halfway through a game and go, oh shit, I forgot I was supposed to do this, and this. You know, it happens. And I mean, as long as the feeling is it's an error, we made a mistake. Now, you know, we realised. I think on was it the White Scars game, or it might have been the Zonal Talisman, when you put a little thing up said, yes, we know this should have been hitting on 3s or something, this hitting on 4s, and you just go, yeah, that happens. God, how many times have I done that myself? You know, I think the attitude is quite good. You're not trying to film a competitive showcase of you know how to win this game. I get the feeling generally when I watch it that it is two mates having a game.
Yes,
you just happen to stick a camera in there and record it, and for the enjoyment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and like I said at the end of the last Zone Mortalis game, I wrote the scenario where I wanted Khan to reach the Magos, and do you know what? Through serendipity or whatever happened, it just worked out that way. And I wanted to make sure that it wasn't contrived and it wasn't planned, and it was planned, but it wasn't forced, if you know what I mean. So
you had an idea of what you wanted to achieve, but you let it happen naturally.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it was definitely an exciting end to the. Because it looked at one point like, especially numbers wise, you think, this is only going to go one way, and it was really exciting at the end, and your dice were better this time around, weren't they? So
they were a lot better this time. Yeah.
Well, we had it at the event, didn't we, Stu? The event we ran a couple of weeks ago, where it's all structured around playing these games, and it came down to the last game to finish, and I think it was the traitors behind, and they needed to win to draw level, and it just all panned out that it was a dead heat in the end. But we played 30 games of Heresy at that point, over the course of the day, and it all came down to like the last turn. It's amazing how it works sometimes.
We've all had games where if you're into turn 6, if the game ends, then one side's won or the other side won, or if you make, like I did at the last game, one final save and you've won the game. We've all had games like that, and it's such a build up, isn't it? It's so exciting. It's,
3 hours of gaming comes down to like 2 dice rolls. It's brilliant.
So frustrating, but it's good.
But that's what we want, isn't it? That's the crux of what we're trying to achieve. How many stories in the Black Library come down to one fight at the end of 300 pages of story that suddenly something happens that spirals it out of control from there.
That's right. It's so awesome. Cool.
Of course. So you talked a bit about what you've got coming up. You've got an Alpha Legion game coming up.
Yes.
Who are they going to be playing?
So they're going to play my Mechanicum.
Awesome.
We're going to try and get a cameraman in for that day as well, so hopefully you can see both of our lovely faces, you lucky people. And then after that we've got a Thousand Suns versus Iron Hands. I'm quite lucky because, I was about to say I'm quite lucky to live in Peterborough, but that's that's up for debate. But in Peterborough, we've got a massive heresy scene. So the club that I belong to, the Peterborough Legion Wargamers, we've got 10, 15 heresy guys. And then there's other heresy guys that don't perhaps come to the club, but they sort of play each other and we all know each other quite well. So we've got loads of legions to choose from. We've got some really lovely Thousand Suns and some Iron Hands players coming up. And then for Christmas, I think we're going to do a big Apocalypse game, which I'm quite looking forward to. So I've got, the Ordinatus with the Alator Sonic array. I've got him.
Oh,
And we've got some guys with some Titans and some Fellblades. So it's going to be a big game on a big board, and so we'll see how that goes.
amazing.
But the only other thing that's coming as well is we've got I've just brought a 6x4 City Fight board. All the Forge World boards. I've just bought all that this weekend. We've got the Generatum thing and the warehousey type thing. So hopefully, if I can get all that built and painted up for Christmas, we might feature that in the Christmas special, I guess you want to call it. But
nice, that sounds awesome.
We've got lots coming.
Sounds like a lot of work involved in doing that as well.
Oh man, you have no idea. I work away from home as well. I work away Monday to Thursday, so my time is limited to Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's pretty tight.
Can't really take gaming boards to the hotel room for a quick sneaky paint, can you?
Man, I wish. I need to start visiting clubs around the country where I live. I think I need to take the Mechanicum with me. I think so.
Well, if you're travelling around,
our area, we haven't just got the club. I think you've got a table, haven't you, Stu? I've got a table set up. So if you're ever in the southwest area, give us a shout. We've got about 10 players now, Stu.
Yeah,
all right.
10 regular-ish players.
10 regular-ish, probably a core of about 6 or 7 very keen hardcore, and a few that are still a little undecided but enjoying it. So there's, you can always come and find a game somewhere, in the southwest. So
sounds good.
There's loads of it. But yeah, I mean, I work away sort of infrequently now. I used to do more, but I travel. I did have a little box with paints and little hobby travel setup.
Yep.
I could at least crack on with a few. I think the last time I was batch painting 20 Space Marine bikes. So I managed to I'd go and just sit in the hotel room and do all the metallics or something for an evening, and it would just get me through that section for a couple of hours. But
that's good.
I managed to do that a little bit.
I might have to do that with a solar, I think. If I'm going to munch my way through 100 troops, I'm going to have to do that, I think.
Take 10 with you for the week, and I'm going to do a couple in an hour or two. Because I'm a big fan of the 1 hour a night community on Facebook there. And that's kind of the way I try. I mean, I seem to be forever finishing stuff at the moment, because I just try and get, I get probably 2 or 3 nights a week I can sit down and paint, and I just sit down and make sure I get on with it. And even if I sit there and think, I can't be bothered, I think if I go upstairs and I start doing it, by the time I've done 10 minutes, I'll be well away. I sort of have to force myself to it.
It's the starting, isn't it, for most people? I think once you sit down and you've sort of done your first 10 minutes, and then you kind of want to see something to completion, so you don't put it down. But it's definitely getting it going, especially when you've got 100 odd models down at you. I'm going tank heavy. So I'm not going to.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're lucky bloke.
I'm not going to have 100 men. I paint too many other people's models to have time to paint that many men. So
yes.
Just stick to a bit of a smaller list until I find that doesn't work. I have to buy some more anyway. But we'll.
See, I'm still debating that cult list I was telling you about, Stu, with 200 cult lists.
Oh God!
It's just a human wave and a super heavy tank, and I'm just thinking the only thing stopping me doing it is just the fact that it's like 200 cultists to paint.
Yeah,
that's
good. And I do it, but I've just got this image in my head of a Stormlord sat at the back of the field, some artillery pieces, and just a wave of nuts cultists moving up the board. I just think it will look cool. It'll never be a list to take to an event, because you'll never finish a game with it. But if you've got a Friday or a Saturday and you've got 4 hours to get a game in, it'd be a great list to see on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Loads of fun.
Cool. So
if I saw jumping in there, Tom, about your video production. How long does it take you to edit your raw video into a show? I imagine that's quite a lot of work.
Yeah, the production takes quite a while. Each game takes about 8 hours to film, because there's a lot of, I have to kind of build everything. So I have to build the frame, put the curtain up, build the board, put it all together. And then we've got, interviews and the model showcase and everything else. And now we're going to put a bit more content in. So it takes 8 hours to film. It's quite an exhausting day. And then because of my schedule, because of work, it takes me quite a long time to edit. So I've got a Mac, and I use Final Cut Pro 10.
Yeah.
And that takes, I don't know really, probably takes about 10, 12, 15 hours. Up until 3 months ago, I'd never used Final Cut in my life. So I'm definitely feeling my way through it all. And, each battle report I do, I add extra graphics or extra titles or a different thing here or there. So, but yeah, it's a hell of a program.
Yeah, I bet YouTube's been your friend with some videos on how to do things. That's how I learn everything now.
Oh man, there's this. I think there's this 16-year-old kid in America, and he uses Final Cut to almost professional level. And I can't remember his name, unfortunately, but I watch his videos all the time, and he's got some great techniques and special effects, and he's really good.
Awesome.
That's how I learned.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said it before. I did that A-level in media studies. I was using Adobe Premiere, and then we're talking, A-level. So we're talking 12, 13 years ago. I mean, I was still recording on DV cameras, and you were having to record off the tape onto the computer. It was all digital, but it was, it wasn't like drag and drop the file. It was, you actually had to play it through in real time. And it took me 6 months to edit and film and edit a 4-minute video.
Wow, that's
to
huge.
Get it together. We didn't bear in mind it was done around, other schoolwork and stuff like that as well. But I mean, the production, it was so time consuming because there was no resource like YouTube. You had your teacher, and if he didn't know how to do it, you had to figure it out yourself. Sit with the program and go, no, I don't know how this works. Don't know how it works. I'll figure it out. And it was, but I really enjoyed it. I mean, I've really enjoyed working with video and stuff. So, I mean, I went on and did a photography degree, so I'm quite a visual person.
Yeah.
So I've always enjoyed that kind of stuff. So no, it's a hell of a program to learn Final Cut.
Oh man,
I've knocked a few things together when I filmed on a GoPro. Got when I go riding my bike and just chopping stuff together. I use the iMovie or whatever it is, comes standard with a Mac, and even that I managed to export it in full HD, and it was a minute and a half clip, and it was like 30 gig. I was like, yeah, I've done something wrong there. Something hugely wrong, and it wouldn't load on the computer because there was so much file in it. I think it was like the size to play on a cinema screen. I was like, screw that a bit. Well, that's cool. So it's a fair old day then, 8 hours to work on it. You say you've got a cameraman coming in dedicated now to work with you.
Yeah, well, when I'm playing a game, when I'm on the Mechanic and we're featuring, then we need a cameraman in to get both of this. But if the guest army's next week, sorry,
whenever the hell you're recording.
Yeah, whenever, I can't remember. When we're doing the Iron Hands and Thousand Suns, I'll film that one, so it won't be so bad. But yeah, when I'm featuring, we do need someone to come in and film. But we've got a couple of guys at the club lined up for that, hopefully, so they'll come and do that for us. But
the community is an awesome resource. There's so many people willing to volunteer and help with stuff.
Yeah, it really is. And it was a funny thing because, I'd spent 2 years planning the whole thing, and I brought absolutely everything, so every month I'd spend, 200-300 quid just on lighting, or that curtain cost me a small arm and a leg.
I bet.
So, over the course of those 2 years, I brought stuff and made stuff. And then all of a sudden one day I went to the club and went, right, I've done this. Can you have a look at it? And I also go to another club in Cambridge called the Sons of War. So it's some great heresy going on there as well. And I approached 3 guys. So the White Scars guy, the Raven Guard guy, and the Sons of Horus guy. I approached those guys and said, well, I've brought all this stuff and I want to do this. Can you help me out? So they were the 3 guys that helped me out with the first 2 battle reports. But it kind of, I must admit, it kind of went the way I wanted it to go, which was really great. And those guys really helped me out, and they were willing to take part and put themselves out there like I did. So it's crazy times.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's great when you get that kind of support, isn't it?
Yes.
It is fantastic. But that's cool. Where was the slick professionalism here? I'm definitely not reading off notes. I got a bit distracted. I just found my Vangarian Heresy podcast. Freddie's just sent me a fucking huge pile of stickers. And I thought, oh, Gina stickers would be nice. So as you were talking, I was listening, but I thought, oh, look at that. So where do we go? Yeah, Partisan War Games. We saw you posted up there. How was that? Did you enjoy that?
Oh yes, so that was the show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that came about real quick. I saw it was advertised, and I thought, well, I used to work in events years ago for a motorcycle company, and we used to go out and build these big displays and stuff. And I thought, well, I can do events. I know what I'm doing. So I just banged it all in the back of the car, and away we went. But that was really good. Spoke to some really great people, and got a couple of contacts for guys that want to appear on the channel perhaps next year, so added to the list. But it was a great show. And I'm going to another show next weekend, actually, in Peterborough, my hometown. So I haven't got to take my gear very far. And that's just another little local show serving the community. And hopefully we'll promote the channel as well as our local club. We're going to get some flyers made up and stuff and get people interested. So that'll be nice.
Awesome. Yeah, that's cool. So do you want to get, well, what's the name of the place you're going to in case people can find it?
I knew you was going to ask me that. I was desperately racking my brains to find the name of it. Do you know what? I really can't remember.
I'll tell you, we'll bang something in the show notes. We'll find a way to something.
Good. But we'll have the Zone Mortalis board that day, and a friend of mine's lending me his Emperor's Children, so I'll have Emperor's Children and a Mechanicum in the Zone Mortalis. So that'd be quite cool, hopefully.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. I wish there was stuff like that happening locally. I think we might have to do it ourselves, Tom.
We were talking about Minicon, weren't we?
Yeah, I'll do something for Minicon. I think you're away. It's your wedding anniversary or something like that, isn't it? I'm guessing.
Yeah, we always end up having to do. Apparently, I get in trouble if I do book hobby stuff on like the wedding anniversary and things.
Yeah, that's not a good move.
You need to give it a few more years, and that you'll be all right then.
But yeah, there was talk. There's a Minicon that we do in the local area, which we were going to go up to and stuff like that, wouldn't it? But that's why I'm trying to. I'm sort of researching stickers to start hassling people and sticking it all over the place and stuff like that as well. So, yeah.
I've just remembered the name of the show, if that helps.
Yeah, well,
it's better late than never, isn't it? It's called the 2016 Hereward War Games Show, and that's at the Breton. It's at the Crescent in Breton.
Cool. We'll get the details off you, and we'll definitely we'll get them in the show note. And have they got a Facebook event or anything like that? I mean,
I'm sure they have.
let us know. We'll share that.
When did you say that was?
It's at the Crescent in Breton.
No, when was it?
Oh, apologies. Next Sunday.
Next Sunday. Yeah, the show's going to go out after that's happened.
Oh, okay. Well, disregard all of that. Delete.
Slick professionalism. Yeah. Well, if I'll have a search on Facebook for it.
We'll share it in
don't worry.
Facebook in the Facebook group. So
Cool.
maybe someone will want to head over and see what you're doing, because I think if I was local, if it wasn't a 2.5-3 hour drive, I'd probably pop over just to say hi and look at your awesome table in the miniatures. That would be awesome. But yeah, going to be a little bit too far, I think.
Yeah, I don't blame. I won't hold it against you. It's cool.
I've only been to Peterborough a few times, and it was never very exciting. I used to do an 8-hour coach trip home from uni. I grew up in Lowestoft and Suffolk Coast,
Right.
so a bit closer to yeah, it's not very nice at all. And I used to do this massive sort of coach trip all the way home, just so it was cheap on the National Express, and it used to have to stop at Peterborough for an hour so the driver could have his break. And I remember always sort of kicking around the town centre for an hour, thinking,
Yes.
it's fine, but it's really
You're not missing out, I can promise.
no, I've been to worse places. The break before that, there's two. There was at Digworth Coach Station in Birmingham. That's a very different story. That is. You need weapons there. You
stayed on the coast there.
Up in Peterborough. To offend anyone that comes from Birmingham. Birmingham's fine, just not Digworth Coach Station. Right, anyway, after we've just offended everyone.
Yeah,
going well. Let's just defend everybody on the coast of the country and keep going. So cool. We sort of chatted about your future plans and stuff. So you've got a couple more battle reports coming up, maybe a big one in the Christmas, depending if you can get your paintbrushes out. What's the sort of new year hold? More reports? Any big plans?
Yeah, I've talked about sort of the future next year, about what we're going to do, and a lot of guys are saying, we need to do reviews of books that come out, and that's like the new, Horus Heresy books that come out and things like that. But I think for the moment, I just want to focus on finding my format and giving a short, sharp battle report that people get to know and love and want to spend time watching. And then I guess ultimately I'd like to monetize it. I'd like to get some ads in there, and if I can get a bit of cash rolling in. It means I can invest more, buy better board, well, not better boards, but buy more boards and put out more. I don't want to buy a yacht and retire in the Virgin Islands, but to support my hobby would be really nice. So.
Yeah, even if it's just like you said. I mean, if you're still recording battle reports on the same board in 3 years' time, people are going to be going,
yeah,
it's in that. I mean, we're lucky enough that we just talk down some microphones for a couple of hours, and that really is the extent of what we're putting out. But I mean, yeah, visually you're going to want to invest in stuff. So, I mean, I think there is, there's definitely a willingness in the community to support the content makers. I mean, you look at things like the charity raffles and stuff that have been supported, and all that kind of stuff. I think there is definitely a willingness. People appreciate that people putting out there to support it.
And I want to react to Forge World as well. They brought out a Mastodon, a few weeks ago at the Open Day, and I was lucky enough that the guy who had the World Eaters on last game, he had the Mastodon, so we featured it. But we want to see it in a game now, don't we? We've seen loads on Facebook. Iron Warriors Mastodon, Sons of Horus Mastodon. We want to see it used in the game. So that's coming soon. We'll get that set up. But as new models are released, we want to get them, paint them, get them on the board so people can, because if you're going to spend £300, £500 on a model, you want to know what it works like in a battle, don't you? You want to get a bit of insight knowledge on it.
I mean, I think the Radio Free S-Fan guys, I know Ryan Kimmel was chatting along about he'd never buy a Warlord Titan because when the bloody hell would you get to use it? It's it is that thing. I mean, we've had a discussion about Titans as well, haven't we, Stu, about buying them, and you spend all that money, but when are you going to get on the field? So there was definitely, you put a shout and say, look, we want somebody to bring their Warlord up, or somebody will go, yeah, great, I've been desperate to put it on a field, let's get it out there. And that's what people want to see, But the amount of people go, I'd love to see an army versus a Warlord.
Yeah.
see how much devastation a Warlord can unleash in however many turns. That's what people want to see.
Yeah, of course they do. The thing that comes with that, though, anyone can go buy a Warlord and put it on a table, but you'll put it on an 8 before, and there's no line of sight blockers, is it? Everything. So for me, if I'm going to put a Reaver on or a Warlord on, then the scenery has got to complement it. I want buildings as big as a Warlord, and that really levels their.
Yeah, suddenly if they've got to move the Warlord to get line of sight on it. Suddenly it becomes it's less of a, well, I'll just pick my dice up and keep rolling them until I've taken you off the table.
Exactly right, because nobody just wants to see games with pie plates going down. Oh, I rolled a 2. Oh, it's strength 10, strength D, it's gone. Nobody wants to see that. There's got to be some sort of strategic.
I mean, there was some really good stuff. I mean, I don't know if you were watching any of the stuff that was from the Siege of Geigenheim, the Horus guys down in Australia, their event they ran. They did some really cool stuff with their narrative-based stuff. They had Knight Scion pilots that had to be rescued from Zone Mortalis boards, and when he was rescued, you could then bring a Knight on as reinforcements for that side, and or I think there was one story that the one I love is. Guy had his Praetor who hadn't been taken out for games and games and games, and he was getting a bit of a reputation, and then he got splattered in a Zone Mortalis game, and the guy said to the dungeon master of the table, he said, look, if my Contemptor can get to him and then get him to off the board, can he be interred in the empty Leviathan dread frame? So they were like, yeah, great. The Contemptor managed to grab the dying remains of his Praetor and drag him off the board.
That's
and now
great.
He's built up and painted up a special Leviathan that is his Praetor in a Leviathan, and that just adds such a flavour to the game. And if you build, someone's got a Reaver, so okay, there's a Reaver in the middle of the table there. You've both got Mechanicum alloys. You've got to get X transport to it to then be able to use it.
Yeah, power it up.
It's not just, it takes a turn to power up, or you've got to roll to power up, and it just adds a bit more to. It's not just a Reaver there blasting. It's there's a chance that somebody might get it, and there's a story behind it. It adds that immersion again, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's key because we all play games. Any night of the week, and they're mission games out of the book, which is great, but sometimes you just want the extra flavour, don't you? Just a bit of a twist.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that was what I really enjoyed about the Zone Mortalis report you did. It was a custom mission. It had a point, not say a point, but you know what I mean? Yeah, it felt like there was a beginning, a middle, and end to the game. There was an overall threat. It wasn't just we rolled 4 on the table and it's this mission and we're going to do it on this deployment. Which is, like you said, if you're just going to a club to play, great, no problems, play them all night long. But if you're going to go through an 8-hour slog of recording it, why not make the mission something a bit more? Give it a point, give you something to get drawn into the game for.
Absolutely. And the layout made sense as well. You see a lot of ZM games where it just looks like a maze, and you might as well be playing in a country estate in hedgerows. It doesn't seem to look like the inside of a ship, or it's not really telling a story. That when you get some slightly big rooms laid out, and you can. I remember when I first saw the Zone Mortalis stuff, I thought that's really nice. It's expensive, but it all looks the same. And I think it's just the layouts I saw. Because I've seen a few games recently now, especially yours, and you made it look like some large rooms within a ship or something. It just seemed to make a little bit more sense. You obviously thought about where you put the tiles down rather than kind of just randomised them, and I think that makes a big difference to the quality of the games.
Yeah.
I love in the middle corridor when the World Eaters finally got to that bottleneck, because they rampaged through those thralls, and it did what it did. It bottlenecked down, and suddenly you got some big guns there. And you bottlenecked them in and started blasting them away, and it worked.
Changed the game, didn't it? It really changed it.
Yeah, and I also think if you were building a ship, you would design a ship like that, wouldn't you? For that very reason, for boarding actions. I thought, well,
absolutely.
That kind of worked. We'll give it a go. And I was lucky. Go on.
Sorry, I was going to say they talk about it in the novels. They talk about defenders falling back to choke points and defense points in the ship when they're invaded, because you look at a warship in the navies. They have defensive points in case they get boarded, to fight back.
Yeah, it worked. It worked brilliantly, didn't it? And the Myrmidon destructors just got in there, and irradiation engine and graviton imploded the guys, which was fantastic. But it was good.
Definitely. I think when he made that charge to your Mogos, that
10-inch charge.
Oh my!
I thought, okay, this isn't going to go well.
When that happened, I was kind of like, well, I really want it to happen because it will kind of end the game really well. But at the same time, I know if Khan gets to me, he's just going to rip my ass out from underneath me. But I was quite lucky that he didn't actually. But yeah, what a game! That was so tense the whole way through, and Joe was feeling really confident when he blasted through the frails, and then I was like, oh, okay, yeah, well, this is the way it's going to go, isn't it? And then that corridor where I got him, it was fantastic, and then the game swung again. But it was very exciting.
It had 3 stages, didn't it? And it was that beginning, middle, and end. The Mastodon crashed through the wall, and the World Eaters did what they did. They poured out and ripped through waves of human thralls. But then the Mechanicum's plan actually came in when they started hitting them in that choke point. But the World Eaters overcame it, and then suddenly Khan made a heroic charge into his objective, and it was like, it told a story through it without. We're talking about building more narrative stuff into our next event, and you almost got to be careful not to try and restrict it too much. You kind of got to let it evolve on the table, like the game did, the Zone Mortalis game. Like you said, the first 2 turns, it was like, okay, well, this is gonna. I looked at the timer on YouTube and thought, how is this going to last another hour and 3/4 or whatever? It was like, he's torn him to pieces in the first 2 turns, and then it bogged right down, and it really built the story.
Oh, great! Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was awesome to film.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Cool. Well, I think we've jabbered on pretty well about the channel and everything. Yeah. Do you want to give yourself a bit of a plug then? Plug the address to the channel and Facebook and everywhere else you are.
Yeah, I'd love to. Thank you. So we're on Instagram and Facebook. Just search the 30K channel. And when you watch the videos, please like, subscribe, and share. And I read every single one, and I try to reply to every single one. And if there's a great idea, then I'll try and pick it up and run with it. But also, we're looking for armies to come on the channel. We're pretty much booked out for the rest of this year, but I want to try and feature as many of the different legions. And I would love a Mechanicum Civil War somewhere. So if someone's got a Mechanicum army they want to come on and face my Mechanicum, that would be fantastic. But I'm not trying to discourage people, but we're looking for quality. We want good stuff, and we want nice guys to come on and share their hobby with us. So if that's the case, then they can contact us at the 30kchannel@gmail.com, and I'd love to hear from you.
Well, put us down. I'm sure Stu will be the same. You've got an Ultramarines player here, an Imperial Fist, and Nick might actually finish painting his really nicely converted Dark Mechanicum. So you might get a Dark Mechanicum to come on, but we'll step up. I mean, I'm volunteering to with that. We'll make a road trip. We'd love to. Like I said, we want to support the community as much as possible. Definitely stick me down with my Ultramarines. I'll have 2.5K of Ultramarines painted by the end of the year. I mean,
awesome.
I'll let you judge the quality of.
Oh well, I'm sure there.
But, we'd be more than willing to come over and support you guys and
right.
chuck in anything. And obviously, we'll share and like and everything on the Facebook page. What I'll try and do, the links will be in the show notes for guys to find you on when we put it out. But we'll try and I think we shared a few things already, but we'll try and when the show comes out, we'll make sure we send links and stuff out on the Facebook pages and places like that as well to get.
And I'll do the same for you, of course, guys. I'll mention you in my next battle report, and I'll do the same do the same for you. So it should be great stuff. If you can send me perhaps. If you've got a logo or something, I can when I'm talking, I can put you up on a logo and maybe a link to it or something as well.
Yeah, that's easy enough. We can sort that out. So
that'd be awesome.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for coming on, David. Great to chat to you, mate. Wish you all the luck for the future. And like I said, we may even get up and play some battles with you.
I hope so. I look forward to it. Thank you, guys.
Which would be awesome. Take it easy, buddy.
Take care.
Right, speak to you soon.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Cool. Welcome back, guys. We're going to launch into this segment then. We've got Sam from our local hobby rivals up in Worcester. For those of you who are not in the cheese rolling world of the side of the world, we're based in Gloucester, which is southwest England, and then Worcester's the next county up, a little bit higher up from us. So classic rivals and hobby fiends. So we've got Sam on. He's going to run us through their scene and what they're up to and what they've been doing. Couple of events, and we're just gonna have a bit of a chat about the scenes and stuff. So I'll let Sam introduce himself to you. So if you want to give us sort of your background in the hobby, Sam, and a bit of a background into yourself.
Right, will do, Tom. I've been wargaming about this time about 3 or 4 years. I used to play when I was a lot younger. Picked up 40k, started with Demons, played a few local tournaments, went down to Bristol for a few, then picked up a Salamander's army when a friend started looking at the Horus Heresy. Built those up, was trying to get a few good books for them. Unfortunately, didn't quite get into them enough. Read the Iron Warriors novel Angel Exterminatus, and then and there kind of decided that's the Legion for me. Started collecting those, and then a few of us in Worcester set up a gaming group called Six Up Save, which was to start running a few tournaments, eventually run some bat reps and things like that. And I've been running tournaments for about a year and a half now in Worcester. Group's growing.
Yeah.
Had about 36 on the last one. It's going well. Really getting into my painting at the moment as well. Taking on a few jobs from friends and doing that. Really pushing myself with that. And yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, well, I met yourself at Incom's 40k tournament, didn't I? When you proceeded to annihilate me with a Typhon and a knight.
I nasty list of that, I'm afraid.
How many las cannons did you have as well? Did you have 15 las cannons in a 40k list as well?
No, not me.
Three squads of.
It was 3 squads of Havocs, which I think you made them run away turn 1, but it was the Knight and the Typhon Heavy Siege tank to do the rest of the work.
Yeah, well, it was when my big squad of Space Marine bikes came up the table and you went, Typhon, do you want to just pick them all up? That was brutal. But yeah, that was good fun. So I met yourself there, and we had a chat and stuff, didn't we? And I think we spent most of a 40k game talking about Heresy, which was quite amusing.
That's the best kind of game though, when you can have a chat and a bit of a you share a bit about the hobby. It's good.
So you've got Six Up Save going, which is, I think you've got a Facebook page, haven't you?
We've got a blog going. We've had that going about a year and a half. The Facebook page has been going a bit less than that, but we're trying to post up our whips and what we're working on there. But our big projects and our showcases go on the blog, and we share that there as well. We've just hit, I think, 13,000 views on the blog.
Nice. Well, we'll make sure we'll chuck some links in the show notes and stuff as well for people to have a look at your blog and find that there. So that's cool.
Most of my legions should be up there as well, and I've got some tutorials and showcases on my knights, or my start my knights going up soon as well.
Cool, awesome. So is that your current project? Is it working on the knights?
I'm working on a few some Hawkshroud knights and going with some Howling Griffin Space Marines for a potential list for next year, but so I can use the knights in the Questoris 30k list as well.
Oh, cool. So you're going to go Forge World Knights, or are you all plastic at the moment?
I'm a bit of I like my resin. I made one. I've done one original Warden to test the scheme. Yeah. So bright yellow, and then I'm going for an Archeron, a Lancer, and a Castigator. But the plan is to give the Castigator the Paragon Gauntlet and give him a fist from the Warden. And try and wrist mount the cannon, so it's like Perturabo's wrist cannons.
Oh, very nice.
And then I'm putting LEDs and all the lights in all the eyes as well. But on the Forge World ones, that's going to be a bit of a mission.
But that'll look sweet if you do it. I mean, as we all saw from the open day. Now, if you want to win a painting competition, you've got to have LED and smoke in it. In the Warlords. Did you see the Warlord the Warlord that won the competition up at the Forge World Open Day a couple of months ago? It was awesome. It had smoke machine in the back of it, so smoke came out all the vents, and had LEDs in all the eyes and guns and stuff. It was pretty nuts, actually. It was a hell of a project.
After seeing that, I've noticed they brought back Robot Wars on TV. Have you guys seen that? That's basically what it is. It's like Matilda from Robot Wars, with like smoke coming out of his ass and laser eyes, and it's like spinning around.
I went up to the open day a few years ago, the Heresy Weekender, and they had a Reaver there, and they put a speaker inside of it, Bluetooth speaker, and the bloke who had it said he had a song for each of his mates who he played. So depending who was playing, he'd play a particular song on it, which was pretty cool.
That's awesome. I love that. Playing your battle songs as you're going into war.
And Jack from the group, we went to Warhammer World the other week for Damien's birthday, and he's built a stomper, and he's hollowed out the stomach, and he's made a stage on it, and he's got all the orcs playing like musical instruments. So he's got a drummer at the back, a few guitarists, and he's got a speaker in the back of that as well. So as that's moving to war, he's got a band playing at the front of it, which is wicked.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I'll have to have a look around, see if I can find some pictures of that.
I don't think he's posted them up yet, but they look it's incredible.
That sounds awesome. So it sounds like you've got a really creative little scene going on up there. You know, some people doing some really interesting stuff. So
we've definitely got a range of hobbyists. Certainly, we've got those that play and don't paint, those that other way around. No, it's a good group.
So do you tend to play in a certain place? Have you got like a club, or is it kind of just playing at home with?
The club we all go to called Worcester War Games, which is who kind of co-sponsor our tournaments.
Yeah.
Running with us, Andy from there does that, and so we get most of our stuff from. But we play around each other's house. We play at Andy's. Range of places really.
Oh, cool. So kind of similar to what we do with Incom then, and Pork Shop. So a club and then revolve around that. Cool. Yeah, so do you want to run us through some of the events you've run this year? Because I think you said to me, did we say you're trying to run 4 a year?
I think we're going to a couple more next year. We started off this year running one called Back to Basics, which was we were all getting our heads around all the new formations and stuff like that. And 40k's a bit busy at the moment, let's put it that way.
That's a very polite way of putting it.
Yeah, without using language, yeah. Don't
worry about language on here.
So we properly limited the CAD down. It was one of the guys in the group's idea. It was really good. We had 1 HQ, 2 troop minimum. Yeah. And then the options addition for that was 2 elite, 4 more troops, 2 heavy, 2 fast, nothing else.
Oh, cool.
And no formations, no Forge World, 1 flyer maximum, and the top 4 teams I think were Eldar, Orcs, Dark Eldar. I think there was definitely a Marine up there, and Tyranids were second, if I'm correct.
Oh, cool.
So it was really good to see that.
Mixes the orders up.
Oh yeah, it gives everyone more of a level playing field.
Yeah, because who was the chap from your group who came down and won the tournament? Because he won with the Orc bike star list, didn't he?
Yeah, that was Jack, and that was that was a bit that was a painful game. I'm not going to lie.
Oh yeah, because it was the 2 of you top tabled it at the end, didn't you?
Yeah.
Which was awesome because we played it was an ETC style 40k tournament. But it was actually Orcs and Chaos Marines at the top of the table. I mean, I don't know what that says about the state of our gaming group, really, but
Yeah,
it was.
I was
Chaos
gonna
Marines with only about 8 Chaos Marines.
comment. It was probably more the
I think Nick's been partying too much with Vanessa at the moment. He sounds like he's been hollowed out by a sex puppet at the moment.
I was more like Nurgle.
It was definitely a bit of a dirty. Nick sounds like a shitty Terminator again. I think what Nick was trying to say is, yeah, that was awesome. I'll summarise that because, if you let Nick talk, he will be here for 3 days. So that's cool. So after you did your back to basics, where did you go then?
We went down to Bristol Vanguard for a tournament. That was an eye opener because a few of us took what we thought would be the cheesiest combination we could make, and were made very aware that it completely wasn't. And that there were levels which we had not even considered. That was, I think
filth.
One of the guys, Bruce, if I remember correctly, was tabled bar a monolith turn 1 by a Chaos Demon army, which proceeded to summon and score something like 120 points to 0.
And this, listeners, is why we play Heresy.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're all over the narrative games rather than the competitive attack.
Yeah. We I played last night. I played a little game with a guy called Duncan, just getting him into the. He's got lots of 40k stuff, and I've been slowly dragging him into the Heresy, and he's getting there. And he played his first game, and we played War of Lies. I mean, he did actually end up tabling me, but I think if I'd have been on the table at the end of the last turn, it'd have been like 3-0 or something without the War of Lies rolls. So it's just so much more. You stay in the game so much longer.
Yeah, I enjoy Heresy a lot more. We're going to an event down in Cardiff hosted by the Vale Renegades at the end of September, a few of us. And they originally was just 40k, and I planned this Nurgle Demon army to go. And they announced today that 30k are available. And they've had a bit of a mixed response to that. They've had a lot of people saying it's overpowered or 30k is too much for it.
Yeah.
And they're normally, I found people who say that normally aren't 30k players because 30k is definitely not more competitive.
I think they look at it and they see the big scary units like your Typhons and your Mastodons and your Spartans, and they go, oh my god, that must be so powerful. What they don't realise is you're paying a pretty penny for them all, and you don't get all the sort of free buffs, with the formation. I mean, everybody thinks World Eaters getting power axes for free is like super nuts. So you get a free upgrade for your units for +1 strength. In 40k terms, that's nothing, is it?
There's enough AP3 out there in 40k that make Heresy armies panic a little bit.
Oh god, yeah. I mean, I'm supposed to be taking my Ultramarines up against Chip, the guy who owns our club, up against his Eldar. I mean, and I've said to him, look, I'm not playing you with any bullshit formations or anything. None of this roll a dice and on a 3-up you win anyway. Doesn't fucking matter job. But I'm still worried because he's still packing a lot of AP3, and a lot of shots straight away. I was listening to the Age of Darkness earlier, and they were talking to one of the guys from Michigan who said, they've actually come to the point in their club now where they've just said no Eldar in Heresy. Regardless, it's just too much.
I've not played Eldar with my Immortality. I played I think it was 6,000 points a game against the Khorne Demonkin army.
Oh yeah.
And I thought that was going to be a very good idea until I put down on the table and realised that every time they get a buff, 6,000 points of their army get a buff.
Jeez.
And we ended up about 13 each. It was a cracking game.
Yeah.
But Christ, it was a bloodbath. The moment he got so close turn 1, playing Dawn of War on, I think it was a 12-foot table.
Oh, jeez.
I managed to take down a Lord of Skulls with Leviathan Dreadnoughts, which was pretty cool. But
that's awesome.
Yeah, it was a great game.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that thing of actually, I've said this many times at the club and stuff. I almost think it doesn't matter how bad the game goes for you. You can be tabled in turn 2, and have a good time if the dude across the table from you is a good dude.
Oh,
You know, I've played games where I've won quite convincingly and not enjoyed the game because I haven't enjoyed the person I've been standing across the table from. And you think, you know, so it swings and roundabouts sometimes. You can play against all those Khorne Demonkin and suddenly 6,000 points of army is, you know, massively powered up. But if the dude you're having playing with is good fun, it's going to be a fun game.
Oh yeah, Chris, who I was playing sound. It was a good laugh.
Yeah, so it's good fun. Cool. So what have we got in the pipeline for the future then, Sam? What's coming up in Worcester that we can come up and get our asses handed to at your events with?
Well, Martin very nicely just hosted the last one, which I took part in.
Yeah.
I'm hosting Skirmish, which is our 40k, which I'm making 40k and 30k coming up in November.
Yeah.
That's the week after your guys' tournament. On the 13th, the Sunday the 13th. And that's an 1850 points singles event.
Yeah.
My main the only thing I'm really stopping at this event is any formation in which you receive free upgrades or units.
Oh, cool,
So any kind of Mechanicum Conclave or Convocation or whatever it's called, where they get everything for free, that's not going on.
No Gladiuses and stuff like that.
Yeah, if it's a competitive game, you need to have a points limit adhered to, I think.
Yeah.
And then we're doing Basics 2 next February.
Yeah.
Not sure if the Marvel game's going on much Cheltenham way, but we're doing a Marvel Universe.
Oh yeah, we've got a couple of players playing that.
We're doing that Easter, and then we've got an Apocalypse game we're hosting in June, which will be Bring What You Want Slugfest. We've got a narrative event next summer, and then Skirmish 3 in a year.
Awesome. And are you going to make most of those 30 and 40k compliant then?
As much as possible. I don't think Basics will be.
Yeah.
The Skirmish certainly will be.
Yeah.
And the narrative, I'll try and push for, but that one's not being run by me. We'll hopefully go to as many in Cheltenham, Bristol, Cardiff, where we can find tournaments, really.
Cool. Any plans for any sort of heresy campaigns or anything like that?
I'd love to set up a campaign, and we've got a big chat going on of all the heresy players in Worcester, and there's been a kill team talked about recently, which you kindly threw us in that chat as well, which is quite cool to see your guys' plans. Yeah, the chat's been going on a while, and there's a lot more painters than players in the chat.
Yeah,
we're slowly trying to get into more gaming.
Yeah, that's really cool. So that'd be awesome. Yeah. So that's cool. So you got some plans. Hopefully we'll get to some of yours, and you'll get keep coming down to ours. So
we also do a Clash event at some point as well. It'd be quite cool.
Yeah, there was a brief chat on this on the Gino podcast Instagram. I put a picture up, and I think one of your guys said, we need to get something sorted, and I think it's time to officially call it out. I think we'll scrap loyalists and traitors for one event, and we'll 6-up save versus Incom Gaming. And,
that's cool. I'm up for that.
Come and have war. Sounds good. I think we can definitely sort something like that out.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Cool. So, I mean, is there anything you'd like to plug really while you're on here? Throw out your Facebooks and stuff like that.
Well, we're on it's a 6-up save. We've got a blog going on where we post all of what we paint and what we do, and any campaigns we run or any projects, or if we go up to and do a massive game, or if we go to a tournament, we'll review that. There's quite a lot of content on there at the moment. If you check it out. The Facebook page as well. We post any whips we're doing, anything in the pipeline. We goes there. We've got Skirmish coming up starting November, which will be great. And aside from that,
cool. Good. So where can people go to find out stuff? Where do you tend to post your events and things like that?
We normally post stuff via Facebook.
Yeah.
And it will be shared anywhere and everywhere, really. I'm the person for contact for the next one. So it will come up via Worcester War Games and 6-up Save. We'll each of us will post it and share it. Cool. We'll share it to Port Shop and Incom, and if you guys will kindly share it as well, we'll try and get the word out a bit more.
Yeah, we'll throw it out on there. I mean, I don't know how much attention anybody pays to the fucking bullshit we talk, but yeah, we'll definitely share your event out and make sure people hear about it. So
we'll feel like that occasionally as well.
Yeah. It's shocking, actually. But then suddenly it comes around, and suddenly someone goes, "Oh yeah, I've been listening to this and doing it." You're like, "Who the hell are you? I don't know who you are." People seem posting in the Gino group, and I'm like, "Whoa, who are you? I don't know who you are. This is weird." People who actually don't know me are listening to this and posting in my group, which is always a bit of a weird thing. Cool. So, I mean, yeah, we'll obviously keep everybody posted on what you're up to. I mean, go and give Six Up Save a like, and Worcester Wargaming, especially if you're in the southwest and you're looking for dudes and you're a little bit more northern than we are. Worcester's not, fairly central actually, because I mean it's straight off the M5, isn't it? Which is pretty handy to find you guys.
And the club itself isn't far from the train station either.
Cool. Is that Worcester Central or Shrub Hill?
Foregate Street, so central.
Cool. I used to get off at Shrub Hill all the time. I used to go to the skate park that used to be at the youth centre there when I were a lad.
When you were a youth.
When I was a youth, I go to youth club and ride my BMX in it.
It's only 10 minutes to walk in from Shrub Hill anyway, isn't it, to stay? Where's the Worcester Wargame shop? Is that... It
moved recently. It used to be by the Crown. It's near... what I can relate it to.
Is it near O'Neill's?
O'Neill's is.
Yeah.
It's near there.
Near O'Neill's. There you go. Someone who used to live in Worcester, talking to someone who lives in Worcester. Awesome content for people all over the world.
It's on the main street, so it's on the next street along from the high street.
Yep. I think I know where it is. I think I know what you mean.
Oh, what times is Worcester Wargaming open? Because I work up in there I work up Worcester way quite a bit, and I quite often I'm around the university and stuff, and I sometimes have hours to kill between events, between meetings. So, is it sort of open every day, or is it?
It's open every day, but Monday. It's open till 5:30 every day, but normally myself or one of the group will keep it open late on a Friday or a Wednesday.
Cool. We might come and venture up that way for a game then as well. Then.
Yeah, I'll be up for that. That's different nights to us as well.
Give us a quick message first of all, because we're not down consistently really. Yeah. We go down as much as we can. Just give us a message saying you fancy a game, and we'll meet you there.
Yeah, sounds awesome, dudes. That's really cool.
We're also gonna a few of us make a venture over to Cheltenham soon as well.
Yeah. Well, we're open. Well, when I say we're open, Incom's open now on a Saturday all day. And I think Chip said, no, I better not say that because he hasn't announced it yet. And he'll probably, no, fuck it. We won't be releasing this for ages. He's opening on Fridays now as well. So he told me that last night. And sorry, Chip, but we won't release this till after you start opening on Fridays. And if you aren't opening on Fridays, you're a pussy for wimping out of it. So he'd probably fucking have a go at me now. But you will always just say it again. You're in the Pork Chop group now as well, aren't you? So
yeah.
Send them a message. There's usually people kicking around looking for games and stuff, 40, 30k and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely let us know and we'll set something up, and we'll definitely try and set this clash up and settle some old school rivalries between.
We'll set up some rivalries for the future anyway.
Call out some serious gangbanging style. We'll get some hatreds going. We can all get color coded scarves and things so we can show our gang allegiance.
Well, you've got hoodies.
You got hoodies. All right, we're gonna have to get some club shirts made. I wonder if they'll come. If Freddie the Swede will come through with his podcast loincloths.
Oh, I've seen the underwear. I don't think loincloths have gone a bit far.
I've seen Freddie's pants, and it slowly deteriorated into let's get podcast loincloths. And I know JP from the Age of Darkness was incredibly keen, far too keen for my liking. So
I'll pass on that.
You can bring your hoodies. We'll be in loincloths. Oh, that'd be an event to see, won't it? Be a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah. Well, we've got 11 people in the group. Mixture of 30 and 40. We don't all play 30k, so if we did do a clash event, we'd probably have to make it both.
Yeah, we can work that out. Yeah.
Yeah. But
if we're gonna suspend loyalists and traitors to work it across, I mean, it won't do us any harm to then mix it up a bit, 30 and 40k.
Well, our side we've got a lot more traitors than we have got loyalists.
I think we're falling this way a bit now, aren't we, Stu?
Yeah, evil.
The pull of the dark side. Yeah, it's me and you holding the torch for the loyalists, really, aren't we?
Yeah, we prefer the pseudo good guys. They're actually far more evil.
Yeah, I like my evil more subtle and despicable.
It's like being a bastard, really.
Hey, there's no bastards in the 13th Legion.
Well, Iron Warriors kind of just they define it, really.
They are just hard bastards.
Yeah.
I like them. I got to admit, I had Angel Exterminatus on audiobook, and I listened to it way out of sequence. Like I think I was on like the third or fourth book, and I didn't get a lot of it at the time. Obviously, good thing I followed the main story and stuff, but there's a lot of levels that I didn't get it on because obviously I wasn't up with the story at that point, and I missed a few references and stuff. But God, I came out of that going, oh, I really want to do an Iron Warriors army now.
It completely converted me. It completely converted me.
Have you read Ironfire as well?
I've not read Ironfire yet, no.
Oh, go and read Ironfire. Oh
Okay.
my God, that was amazing. It is insane, and it obviously was designed to tie in with the new Right of War, and it just
I've
made
not
me
ran that yet either. I've seen it ran, and I've seen it do despicable things to armies.
When you read Ironfire, you'll go out and go, right, I'm going to run Ironfire now. I'm going to give it a go because
I've resisted buying quad mortars because I don't want to be that guy with the Ironfire.
full battery of 12 quad mortars and no scatter and phosphex everywhere.
Yeah. Woof.
Oh, the dirty, filthy. But I mean,
I still want to make a terrain piece like Angel Exterminatus with a wall of rhinos.
oh yeah, the Castellum pattern rhinos.
Yeah, and they all link together.
Oh yeah, build your custom Aegis defense line out of rhinos.
It'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd be amazing. There's got to be scope for that to be done. Just some plastic card like extensions to join, like slot together plating to go on them.
It'd be incredible.
Oh, I want to see that. I'm calling you out, Sam. Then right, next event.
I don't have that disposable income at the moment.
Yeah, you do. You're a teacher. You don't do anything. It's fine.
No, not.
No, because Sam announces himself with, I had a little, I've had a week off and I've got to go back to work a bit off. And he went, oh yeah, imagine going back to work after 6 weeks off. It's like, yeah, oh yeah, teacher, aren't you?
Hey, but he's got lots of marking to do, lots of prep.
All my marking.
Got me marking to do.
No.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, teachers, they work hard. My mate who's a teacher who's been on 3 holidays this summer. She's obviously doing something right.
Yeah, it's doing something right. I'm starting in the new school, so I've spent most of the summer setting my room up and getting my planning sorted.
Oh, cool, good. So, better school, worse school, scary school? Cool. You're not made it into the private school world yet.
Oh, not yet, no. That's where the money is.
That's where the big. Where I work, we do a lot of work for a couple of the big private schools in our areas, and Jesus Christ, the equipment they've got is scary. First year, infant school kids, full suite of iPods there for them, full touchscreen iPods. It's like, all right, that's pretty good then. I remember when I was in infant school, we had a BBC Micro in the corner, and that was it.
Well, yeah, I've come from a school with Macs everywhere and iPads for all the year 5s and 4s and all that to a school with a little computer suite. But it's all budget, man. It's all what the school can afford.
Yeah. I mean, there's a range, isn't it? I mean, I don't want to spend 60 grand a year to send my kid to school, so I'm quite happy with the local schools. Yeah,
you imagine how much how much Forge World you could buy with that.
60 grand, yeah. So I said, I mean, my wife's lucky she can eat most weeks with my Forge World habit. Let alone trying to pay for the kid to go through school as well.
Yeah.
When they keep dropping shit like mastodons and all that sexy goodness, and you're just like, food or a mastodon? Yeah, let's buy a mastodon.
I'm not sold on the mastodon. I'm not sure.
No, it seems to be split in opinion, doesn't it?
It looks like a Taurox on steroids.
It looks like a Taurox.
What?
Fucked a giant Taurox.
It's a fucking beast. It's nothing like a retarded Taurox.
It's growing on me, I must admit. After seeing a real one at the open day, it's definitely grown on me a little bit. But
yeah, I've not seen one of the flaps, so it might change for me as well.
Yeah, seeing it in person and like opening the doors and like fingering it gently, it was like, oh.
Yeah, and staring at the Forge World member of staff while you were sliding 2 fingers in it definitely creeped him out a bit.
He loved it.
What he was thinking is, you're not the first one to be in there.
Which door was it, Nick?
Oh, the back door.
Back door.
Yeah.
Could you get two fingers in the front door and one in the back door at the same time? With your hands not...
That's what it's designed for. Is a breaching
it's a breaching
tank. Yeah.
It's designed to be spit roasted. That's it. I'm going to buy a Mastodon, and I'm going to have a Contemptor hanging out the back and a Contemptor being bummed in the front by it. Right. Well, that's got very weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the Mastodon, sex toy or toy soldier? Oh dear.
You decide.
You decide, and don't show me the results. Oh, right. I think on that note, I think it's time to probably draw that to a close, isn't it, really? Anything else you'd like to throw out there, Sam? Any more sexual fetishes for resin models or any useful things?
Hey, you're the one who brought up fucking a Mastodon.
Oh, no, I'm going to get some flack for that now, aren't I?
Hopefully, yeah.
It does look like a fleshlight when it's open both ends. Right, I'm going to leave this.
That tumbleweed just rolls across the.
Yeah. So there we go. That was awkward enough. So anyway, Sam, thank you very much for coming on and putting up with the incredibly weird Dirty Resin sex talk. Hopefully we can get some events sorted out that don't involve violating resin models. And we can have some fun. But yeah, really appreciate it, dude. Really nice to chat to you again, and hopefully we'll catch up with you soon.
No worries, thank you.
Take it easy.
I'll see you at your event.
Well, hope you enjoyed those interviews, guys. It was good to chat with those guys. Hopefully it's got you stoked and got you going. So that's pretty cool. We're going to round out the show then. We've blathered on for a fair few hours now, so we're going to call it quits. So last few comments before closing out then. A couple of shout-out to events. There's the Defence of Orpingham Terrace... Tetria, fucking hell, it's late. Orpingham Tetrius in November down at 40k Gaming in Colchester. We'll put some links in the show notes so you don't have to worry about
what was that, Tom? Sorry, or Opium Terrace.
I'm in a fucking
too much
den.
opium den. Yeah.
I'm in an opium den. So look at the show notes; it'll all be in there. There's the 6-up save guys that you talked to Sam earlier about. I'll put a link to his event in the show notes as well, so you can find that. I've signed up for the Escalation Rises event down in Southampton in April next year, 1st and 2nd. I know their tickets sold out within the first 2 days, I think, but they've just released this evening, as we recorded, another 12 tickets, so that should be pretty good. 40 quid for a weekend of gaming in Southampton, so... 3k event, and they pretty much said bring whatever the hell you want. The Leviathans, Leviathan Force Org, whatever the hell you want. So I'm expecting to see a warlord in the flesh destroying some armies down there. So that'll be pretty good. Also, don't forget to give Stu's studio a shout. Have a look at Miniature Realms. Find him on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. He should be posting some work in progresses of the Raven Guard commission he's working on, so see how that's going, see how they're getting on, and just generally enjoy that. Check out all our other Heresy Podcast friends. There's a load of links in the show notes. I imagine if you found us, you know about the others, but there might be one or two on there that you don't know about, so have a look at them, and yeah, just generally check out our friends. Also, have a look at Freddy's Titan raffle. Chance to win a pro-painted Warlord Titan with all the shit that goes with it, plus a limited edition.
Where do they find the Titan, Tom?
The Titan? Its links are in the show notes as well, mate.
Oh, it's in the show notes. Okay.
Yeah, it's also pinned to about the top of every Horus Heresy podcast group's page. It's on the Aya Horus, Vangarian, it's on ours. So, go and have a look. You'll find all the details. Go and find those details. So, anything else you guys want to talk about and before we wrap up?
Yeah, I've got some details here for that Worcester event for the 6 Up Save guys, because I don't think when we recorded the interview with Sam he had all the details. So it's 6 Up Save Skirmish 2. It's on the 13th of November. It's a one-day event, and it's at the St Swithin's Institute in Worcester. So and there's tickets available at 6upsave.blogspot.co.uk. So get along there and sign up. They're good guys, and they'll run a decent event.
And that's a 30 and 40k event, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's a bit of a mixed event. So if you're maybe if you're new to 30k gaming or a bit 30k curious as well, it might be a good opportunity to get along and try out your 30-stroke 40k army and get used to it, or maybe you're a 40k player, take your 40k army along, look at the 30k stuff, and maybe you'll get the bug.
Way.
Yeah, absolutely, see the errors of your way.
Cool. Anything else, Nick?
No. I am drunk. I am super drunk. Enjoy your heresy, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, enjoy it, guys. So we'll round out with a bit of music, and thank you for listening to the G52 podcast. We'll catch up with you soon, guys.
Somebody better give me a sting. Somebody better make me bleed. I felt this vacancy underneath my skin. Somebody with a thought in my side. I never meant to fall this far. I have grown the soul of an enemy. I hold an element of surprise. God knows it's gonna make me slow. My guts are gonna drop like flies. Take these